Buenas. Estamos encantados de que nos acompañéis en el segundo día de la CAS y solo quería hacer un par de recordatorios. Lo primero, dar infinitas gracias a Pound, que es la empresa que se ha encargado de diseñar la gráfica y bueno, lo ha hecho gratis. Muchísimas gracias. Yo creo que se merecen un fuerte aplauso. Así que... Y lo segundo, recordaros que en la sala de Fuentecilla, que es en el cuarto piso, la sala de paso, tenemos varias dinámicas preparadas y pasaros y queremos que llenéis la pared de posits, os hagáis fotos en el fotocall y firméis el manifiesto ágil. Y por último, ayer cometimos un gran error reproduciendo el vídeo de Autentia y vamos a hacerlo otra vez, espero no meter la pata de nuevo.
Bueno, pues vamos a ver. Estupendo, una semana tranquilita.
Ir a la reunión de la comunidad. Sacar brillo a la plata. Cortar el pelo a Melanie. Cancelar cena de Navidad con amigos. Recoger a mi madre de su brunch. Ir al Primark a devolver el pantalón. Llevar a Paquito a ayuda. Mi masaje de los martes. Comprar naranjas. Planchar. Cortar el césped. Bañar al perro. Hacer los baños. Montar estantería. Ir a Ikea por el tornillo que falta. Arreglar lámpara.
Me cago en la...
Oh yeah, no te preocupes.
Esta semana toca ir a CAS.
Welcome to everyone again. Thanks for being here the second day. Today we have the pleasure to have Rachel Davies as a keynote. Rachel Davies is coaching product development teams at Unruly. She is the author of Agile Coaching and an invited speaker at industry events around the globe. We have the pleasure to have her here today. Thanks for coming and welcome.
So, good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here, and I hope that I have something useful to talk to you about. I work as a coach, and I work trying to help people to find ways to build learning into what they do. So I'm going to talk about how you introduce change, and also finding ways to build learning into how we work in our daily work. So, I'm hoping that from the people who were here yesterday, have you got some new ideas that you want to try? Is there anybody who heard something they're thinking, yes, I'm going to try this when I get back to my work? Anybody? Yeah, cool, okay. So, is this the reaction you're going to get? You know, you go in, you say, hey, I went to the conference, this is this new idea. Who's coming to try this idea? And everyone goes, yes! Do you think this is going to happen? It may not happen. So actually, you may be worried. You may be thinking, how can I position this idea? How can I present it to my colleagues? And in a way that they may actually try it, because so many times when we want to introduce a change, it's very easy to go back to your work and you say, hey, I went to a conference and I heard about this exciting thing. And people are like, oh yeah, we're not listening. Go away. We are too busy. And so what I want to do is to talk to you about ways that you can get people's attention, but gradually. So the very most important thing is to really think about the other person. So what is interesting to them? What do they want? What would make their life easier? When is a good time to talk to them? And really think, so develop empathy with the people who you want to persuade to try a new idea. And there is this, I believe that everybody loves learning. So we like new ideas because when we learn and develop our skills, then we are able to do more things. We have a greater opportunity to try and have new experiences. But people are sometimes a little bit afraid. They are worried. So they would like to be able to do new things, but they are also a little bit scared that maybe they will not be good enough or it will be hard work. So I have found anyway, and this is just like, I found a list, 50 reasons not to change. It actually goes off the page. This is like the top area of the 50 reasons not to change. And many people have reasons why now is not a good time to change. But a lot of it is to do with their fear that they will not really be good enough, or they will feel threatened in this new environment where they will be trying to do something different. And as a coach, one of the hardest things I've learned over many years is that each single person that you work with has a different reason. So when you're coaching people, you really have to work one person, resolve their concerns, then the next person and resolve their concerns. And it's very hard to just go, here is the magic, everyone will listen to me all at once. Change happens really gradually, and you need to allow people time. So I tried to find a Spanish version of this. I don't know if there is on the road a sign that says lento or slow, but the important thing is that there is no rush when you're introducing ideas. You may feel like, oh, I have the exciting news, it must happen now. Slow down. Go at the pace that the people you are working with feel comfortable at. Don't rush people. It's better to bring everybody with you than to have a few people who are happy and a few people who are not happy, and then you have a lot of arguments. So I would recommend to go much more slowly than you perhaps hope. The very first thing is that when you're introducing change, you often really have no clue what you're talking about. So you hear about something in a conference and you're saying, oh yes, test-driven development, we must all be doing that. You have to really spend time learning how to do test-driven development. You have to think about how it will work in your environment. You cannot just suddenly go, buzzword, and then everybody just goes, oh yes. So really a very important part of introducing change into your organization is you will spend time yourself learning more about it so that you can actually speak with authority and knowledge and experience. Because often you will hear about an attractive idea and you don't understand all the bad parts, because most change has good parts and bad parts. There's always some downsides, and you need to understand what the downsides are of the thing that you're talking about. So try to find some time to spend on your learning about the new technique. And then it may feel like everybody is sad and not interested in your idea. But nearly always there is at least one other person who is willing to talk to you. And don't wait until all the other people come. Wait till just start working with the people who are interested. And this will be a good way for you to test out whether your ideas work. So when you find that people are interested, talk to them. Don't say, oh no, wait, the big change is coming. Talk to them right now. Then once you have just one person or maybe two people who are interested to try your new idea, you need to try to make more time, not just at the beginning, but ongoing. So I will talk to you in a little while more about how our teams work, the teams where I work, do things. And one of the most important aspects is that we have built time into our everyday and into our week for learning. And if to allow change to happen, you have to build this time for learning in. And then, the most nice part about learning is sharing. And so once you have made some small successes, share them, tell people what you've been doing, and make it easy for people to find out without having to take part. This will get more people interested. So there is a book, this is called Drive by Daniel Pink. Has anybody read this book? A few people. Okay, all right. So it has some interesting ideas in it, and that would be helpful for you to bear in mind when you're introducing new ideas into your organization. So people want a chance to improve their skills and their mastery. This is one of the parts that motivates people to do their work, is opportunities to have learning. So if you create an environment where people have opportunities to improve their skills, they will want to work there. So one of the secrets within our teams is that we have a 20% time where I work, and that means that people really like to work there. Another part, and this is something that's often lost in big change initiatives, is autonomy. People want choice. They want to be able to shape and control and have some influence in what happens to them and how they participate in things. So try to make ways of working for your teams that will allow people to have choice and will allow people to shape how it works. And then it helps to have some overarching vision of where it's going, and this will be different in each case. So I'm not going to talk too much about creating a vision. So it's very tempting, once you get a lot of knowledge about something, to be the expert. But then you quickly become a bottleneck. Everybody's coming and asking you questions. You can't be everywhere at once. So it's hard. So I really encourage you, when you have built up some skill and knowledge about how to do a new technique, make sure you share it and get it out there. Do not be the only one who knows how to do something. Always try to share. And this means also you are trying to create an environment where there's more equality and again more choice, and other people are driving a change. So it's very important really to make sure that other people have a chance to get involved. And in fact, even though you are tempted to think, well, I was the person who went to that conference and I was the person who learned about this idea, so I should get the credit. It may be more successful if other people get the credit for introducing the ideas. Doesn't have to be you, doesn't have to be your name on it. I wonder, does anybody have in their organization some people who are skeptical and critical about and loudly complaining about something that is new? Anybody? Yeah, okay. The good news is that these people are at least talking to you. They are at least thinking about your idea and giving it some consideration. Usually, you can persuade skeptics. Skeptics care. They do care to make things better, and they are just not sure that you know what you're talking about most of the time. So even though it can be annoying to have these skeptical people arguing with you and loudly complaining, you need to speak to them, you need to understand, because usually they have some good points of view, they have some useful things that you need to bear in mind. And actually, you will improve if you can realize that it's not a competition. They're not trying to shoot you down. They are really trying to help. And if you look at people who are skeptical from a point of view of, that's very helpful, they're instead of, you are a threat, go away, then you will have a greater chance of making some success. So I'm going to switch now. I've been talking very, very generally, and now I want to talk much more specifically about the place where I work. So I work in this place. This is a company called Unruly. And what you can see from the picture, you can see we have whiteboards and desks and junk lying on the cabinets. And this is two teams having a stand-up meeting. I'm presuming that many people who are at the conference have stand-up meetings, yes? Presumably you do. And I think it is the heart of how keeping an agile cycle going is to have a healthy stand-up meeting where people are listening and sharing useful things. So it's an important thing to get right, but it doesn't need to be too regimented. So I'll talk a little bit more about how we work and things that we've changed. And what I don't want to do is to say the way we work is correct and is the only way. I want to talk about some things we tried, and you might want to do something completely different, but maybe you can find some inspiration from things we do, which you can try in a different context. So this is a marketing slide. This is about our company, and we work in social video advertising. The rest of my talk is not about social video advertising, but it is relevant to how we work. Social video advertising is a very fast-paced market. Things are changing all the time in that environment, and we are building on top of services like Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, and new standards and new formats are always emerging. So we have to have an agile way of working because our environment is constantly changing. So our company does not use Scrum or Lean. It started off using extreme programming, which is perhaps more of an old-fashioned agile methodology. It has been around for a long time. I think the first book about extreme programming, or XP, was in 1999, and the people that I'm working with, some of them have been using XP since that time. The founders of our company have never used any other approach apart from extreme programming. So in a way, I'm very lucky because I'm not in a situation where I'm creating an agile transition across a big organization. We're a relatively small organization. We are 200 people in this company called Unruly, but Unruly has been acquired by News Corporation, and News Corporation is a very big organization. So we're now a small organization in a big organization, and we practice extreme programming, and extreme, it says it in the name. We are a little bit more extreme in the practices we do, and you will probably, when I talk about what we do, you'll probably go, that won't work where we work. But listen, because at least I'll try and explain how we use extreme programming. It looks on the surface like the picture of the stand-up meeting. It looks like Scrum, it looks like another form of Agile, but it is actually different at the heart. The biggest difference is that we practice continuous delivery. This means that we can deliver code every day to our live servers, and we have some unusual things about how we work. So we try to have developers in our organization who are have you heard, and I don't know if this is kind of the term that you use in Spain, but full stack, you know full stack. So this is like, I do the user interface, I do the database, I do any part of the code. So we have people who are full stack developers, but they're also broad in that they're involved from requirements to support. So there are no other special people who do requirements and special people who do support. We do everything. So this means that any developer can deploy changes from a workstation into our live environment, and that our live environment is accessed directly. There is no chain of staging servers. The code goes directly from the workstation to the live servers, and that means we have to have an amazing amount of automated testing to make this possible, because we do not have any manual QA team doing anything. So I thought it would be useful to try and explain how we're organized. And the smiley people, they're not always smiling, by the way. This is just a false representation. I just wanted to show that what we have is we have teams who work closely together. And they have a lead who is a programmer. So all of the people who lead the teams are also programming in the teams. Then we have a bunch of people in the middle, these guys here, and they're different kinds of specialists. But what they do is they float around and they work with the different teams. So we have this idea that we have product development teams who will have the conversation from start to beginning of making a story live, and then the specialists who they can call in if they need. So, and we have different types of work that we work on, and I'm not going to spend too much time explaining this, but basically, this blue line here, we have a stream of user stories that we're implementing. But what the only thing I really want to make clear in this slide is that when people ask us to do features, to add new features to the product, and we write user stories for them, this is only about 40% of the actual work that we do, and the rest of the work is actually driven from the team. So we go to the stakeholders and we say, we have this amount of capacity to do stories, and we work out what the next story for the business is, but the rest of the time, we have a lot of other important things we need to do, which are outside the kind of classic agile planning process. So all of the teams have a set of technical tasks to do with improving their code base, and they create those and they do those, and every day they say, oh yes, we will do some green cards today, and green cards, they are technical tasks. We're also working on various aspects of shared infrastructure, so this stuff on the side, which we work with a specialist to work on. And we have this part here, 20% learning time, and I'm going to talk about that as we go through the rest of this talk. So this is a bit of a complicated thing to explain, and all I'm really trying to say is be aware that not everything we do is prioritized by the business, and that the teams prioritize more than half of their work. So this is a picture of a currency that we have at our team, and it is this currency, they're called learnings. And one of the developers made them for a joke because our CTO had been talking about learning, so he said, oh yeah, have some learnings. And so now we have these bits of paper which we give to people. Oh yeah, here's a learning. But it's not very serious. It's just a way of having fun with this learning. And now I'm going to talk to you about the different ways that we build the learning in. So I drew a whiteboard picture, and the reason I drew a whiteboard picture was I was trying to think, well, where are all the different places we can get learning from? And this is something that I hope that you could do for yourself. So at the moment, you're at a conference, and you're learning from experts, people who are coming saying, I know about this, this is how to do this. But they're also, you are meeting people from other organizations. Coming to a conference like this is a great opportunity to talk to people who are having the same challenges as you. So really use the coffee breaks and the lunch breaks and the workshops to understand what issues other people are having. Then people often feel like, oh, we don't have a budget for sending everybody to a conference, and that's fair enough, and you can't send everybody on training, and you can't buy books for everybody. But what you can do is you can learn and share within your teams. So one of the things that we do is we actually encourage people to swap with other teams. We've even swapped with other organizations to learn from those different people. And the other aspect of learning, which is highly important, but people often forget to talk about, it's this side, it's the money side. It's like learning what is the right product to build, thinking about what is working in our market, and when you are implementing things, designing them so that you can learn from what you're doing. You can also learn from what's going on in your live production environment. So we have a lot of monitoring and we do a lot of testing in production to see what's actually going on there. So I'm going to now talk about some of these things. So firstly, a core part of extreme programming, and something that you can't do extreme programming without, is pair programming. So all of our code is written by at least 2 developers, because we now don't just do pair programming, we also do something called mob programming. Pair programming is where 2 people work at the same workstation, and they are both thinking about the code, and they are discussing it and changing who is typing. But what we do, which is, because we are extreme, we also swap the people who are working, so that every day you're working with somebody different within your team. So the teams are not huge. They're, 6 developers, maybe 8 developers, but usually most teams will have 2 people pairing. 1 pair usually on a story, and another pair on some infrastructure or technical improvements. And every day we swap people around. And that's what we use our stand-up for. So our stand-up is less about where are we with these tasks. Very often we only have 1 or 2 stories in progress, and the rest is just to discuss who should be pairing with who and what other things we need to do. We've also started taking this technique called mob programming. I need to turn around to try and point at the picture to explain. So let me see. These guys with their backs to you are in a mob. There's one large screen to this side. The mob are looking at the code in bigger text there. And this guy over here, he's the person driving, the person typing. So the only person who has the keyboard is him. And what we do is we run a timer written by this guy over here, Jahed. And what we do is we swap round every 10 minutes. So we have some people who are in the mob. Every 10 minutes we swap, so somebody else is driving. The people who are mostly talking are the mob, and they are discussing and thinking in the very similar way to pair programming what to do next. And we do not use this technique on everything we do, but it is a really good technique to use on more challenging pieces of work, or pieces of work where people actually everybody needs to understand and agree how we approach it. So this is something, normally every day there'll be maybe 1 or 2 mobs that are running, and some pairs that are running, and also people who are doing solo work. Another practice that we do, which is not a normal practice, I guess, is we have this meeting which is called a stand-up. So this is not a stand-up like what's the progress of the current iteration or what the current piece we're doing. It's a daily news, and it's actually a news about research. It's about, is there anything new that about all of the pieces of work we're researching that will mean we need to create new stories? So we don't have a business analyst team. All the developers are doing the research, and every developer has some research that they're looking into. So this is the time when we share it, and again, I need to point out what's happening because it isn't very obvious. It just looks like some people standing here. There's actually two sides. So sometimes we call it the firing squad. It's not a very friendly name, but if you have some news, you go to one side, and if you are just listening, you go to the other side. So if there's only two people, we know there's not much news, and sometimes there's quite a lot of news. But then this guy here, he has a mobile phone. What we do is we pass the mobile phone around between the people who have news, and we make a recording. So this is why it's called we have a strand cast, so we have a recording that gets emailed out every day and goes to a wider set of people who are not there. So if I'm here today and I'm not in London, but I can listen to the Strandcast and I can find out the daily news. So it's an interesting thing we do, and it lasts for like less than 5 minutes, but it's also a really good way to make sure we all break for lunchtime at the same time. So after Strandcast, everyone goes out and has lunch, and we come back. So this is a kind of a practice which you wouldn't find in a book, but it is something that we try and we find is very useful for us. So I'm going to talk a little bit about gold card time. And gold cards are this 20% time that we have. Now, we're very lucky. We did not have to persuade anyone to give us 20% time. The founders of our company founded the company with everybody having 1 day a week for learning, and that has been the case. The company's been running for 9 years, so it's not something where we've had to introduce it as new. But it is something we need to make sure that everybody uses. Imagine if you had 1 day a week for learning and you didn't use it. So one of my jobs as a coach is to ensure that people really do take this time for learning and that they do learn something and they share their learning. Now, again, I'll explain the photograph. So this is Benji. He doesn't always wear a Viking helmet. And in fact, now we lost one of the horns, so it's only got one horn in it anyway. It's a speaking token, and everybody passes it around. And on a Friday, we have some beers, and we pass this around and say, what did you learn on your gold card? What did you learn in your 20% time? And it's a time for sharing. So again, if you remember near the beginning, I was talking about how to build sharing. You need to have some sharing rituals in your organization. We do other things that you would recognize as agile practices. So retrospectives, we have retrospectives. And we use post-it notes and pens like normal people use in retrospectives. There is one difference, and I think it's something that we do that's quite unique to us. We keep a diary, like a calendar on the whiteboard, and we also have a tracking system on the whiteboard, which I'll show you at the end. And we print those off, and we use those in our retrospective. So in this retrospective here, everybody has photos of the whiteboard in front of them, including, we also have somebody in New York on this laptop, and we send her the photos as well. So everybody has these photos, and we're actually reflecting more specifically on things that happened. So it's, as I was trying to say with the different sources of learning, one big source of learning which you should all be able to do is trying to sit more with your business people. So it's very easy to get tucked away into your dark development area, but you should go out and you should try to talk to people. The whole idea of user stories being called stories is because they are a spoken part, and it is not a good idea to go away and implement something based on purely a written document. You need to have conversations. You need to understand what business problem you're solving. And then we do learning dojos. So this is a bit like mob programming, but we usually run them around new technology. And the last thing I'm going to talk about, before I talk about more generally how this could apply to you, is developer exchanges. So you can swap people between your teams, and you will get some learning, and we do that. So we have normally every 3 months, I send a survey round and I say who would like to work in another team. Some people never want to move into another team. Other people always want to move into another team. And we try to move people around. The interesting thing is, even the people who don't want to move end up being in a different team because new people come to work with them. So it is an interesting way to learn from each other, and because we practice pair programming and mob programming, you have this very intense way of learning from each other where you are actually literally programming together, and so you're able to pick up new keyboard shortcuts, new libraries, new patterns, and things that you would not really expect to learn working in this highly collaborative environment. So we also do this with other organizations. So there are some organizations in London which also use pair programming, and we have swaps with them so that somebody will come. So this guy here, he doesn't work for our company, he works for a company down the road. And he has come to spend the week with us and work in all of our teams. And at the end of the week, he will go and give a talk about what he learned, and then we will do the same. We will go and work in his company and work with his teams, and then we will share our learning as well. So again, this is another mobbing environment. So these guys are in the mob, and this guy, who doesn't work for our company, is working on our production code. So it is possible to create learning in the community. So I wanted to try to talk to you about what makes this stick. How do we keep embedding these learning practices? And the most important thing, and this is actually, although this is a picture of two of the guys in the team who clearly love each other. This is Arbor and Alex, and one's a product manager and one is a developer. But they work very closely together, and they care about what they're learning, and it is really, really important from a coach's point of view to keep good relationships between all of the people who are working together, but also to care that they are actually learning and feeling happy. So my job as a coach is to work with each of the people in our department, in our product development team, and to understand if they're feeling happy, if there are things they want to try, and to encourage them to actually try those things. And it seems like it's a very simple thing to just encourage people to do the things that they want to do, but it is a useful thing because a lot of people, they have so many doubts about whether they will be able to implement their idea, and it really helps them to get started just to have one person to talk to who can say, oh yeah, that might work. Why don't you try it? You could mention it at the retrospective, or you could do a gold card on it. You could share this. And my job is really to create an environment where people feel comfortable to make experiments, because experiments are the basis of learning. The other thing, and this is another tip, is to create systems that don't require you to operate them. So, and when I mean systems, I mean ways of organizing our work. So, I'm not in London, I'm in Madrid, and that means that things should still happen without me. And that the way to achieve that is to create a way of sharing responsibility for organizing things. So we have lightning tech talks that happen every 2 weeks, but each time somebody else organizes them. We have a format and we understand this is what the organizer has to do, but it's not always the same person who has to take the responsibility to make it happen. So one thing that you can think about is, are there ways, if you were the only person who makes sure a thing happens, are there ways you can create a checklist of what you do, and then are there ways that you can get other people to take turns? For example, I started a meetup in London called Extreme Programmers London, and initially I was organizing it. But now I don't even have to go, which is great, because then I have other things I want to do on a Monday evening. But it means that the other people have the checklist, they know what to do, they can organize it, and it still happens. So you don't need to be that bottleneck, the person who makes everything happen. Try to create a system where people can take turns. And then there is this, I talked about what we used to print out into the retrospectives. So this is what we call hieroglyphics. And you may not be able to understand what it means. It's for the team, by the team. So it's the team want to ensure that they take their 20% time, their goal card time. So these stars, those are their 20% days. And everybody wants to have 2 in 2 weeks. So we use this to, every day, we'll write the symbols on just for one column. This is the days of the week. This is the column for today and then the next day. And then the symbols represent what the people in our team need to be doing on that day. So these shapes with the dots, they're mobs when they've got like 3 people in or 4 people in. And then there's the sunshine. This is when people are on holiday. These, it's supposed to look like a hammer and a nail. This is technical tasks. These are meeting days. And these are research days. But it's a very simple mechanism for the team to understand, are they spending their time on the right things? And what we can do, I mean, I can make a pie chart out of this. I can go, yes, we spent exactly 29% on research and 15% on support. But at the same time, it's very low tech. It's very simple to create. So what I'm trying to say is that you can make very simple mechanisms that can help your team focus on the things that you want to focus on. And this is one of the things we do to build learning into our work daily week. So we can then make sure that everybody does take 1 day a week for learning. So I'm nearly at the end of my time now, so I want to make sure that you have something to take home with you. So think about what you've learned at this conference. And I would really recommend that you consider giving a talk when you go back to your work. Prepare a presentation. Try to summarize all of the talks that you attended and the things that you learned from them. Write a blog post, or maybe you'll find that you have 3 or 4 blog posts you want to write as a result of this. And also, not just summarizing what you heard, but also try to learn. Spend some time learning even more about a thing that you don't know. So I'm sure you had plenty of book recommendations. Buy some of those books. But even more, read the books and actually then try out some of the ideas. And then be on the lookout for when you can talk to other people. So maybe you do a presentation and a few people show up and they listen and then they go away. But talk to people at any opportunity. So talk to people when they're having coffee, talk to people when they're having lunch, and keep talking, and eventually you will find somebody else who's interested enough to try this out. So what I encourage you to do is really to share what you've learned and learn more. So I think I'm nearly at the end of my time, so I'm going to say thank you very much. I don't think there's time for questions. We're going to go straight to the break. So if you have questions, I'm at the conference all day. Do find me and ask me questions. I'm happy to explain. Okay. Thank you.
Ya, tío. Es que hablaba en inglés. Ay, qué listo. Bueno, arrancamos. Buenos días, ¿qué tal el despertarse hoy? ¿Bien? ¿Sí? Espero que estéis despiertos porque hoy vamos a trabajar un poco. Cerrar las puertas, no vaya a ser que alguien se nos vaya por eso. Bueno, Diego Rojas, Ujue Agudo.
Hola.
Buenas. Hoy lo que os queremos contar o lo que queremos que viváis es una dinámica de empatía que se utiliza dentro de el método de Design Thinking y que está pensado para vivir el método completo de forma muy rápida. Es una especie como de entrenamiento del proceso de Design Thinking y está pensado, como casi todo en Design Thinking, pensando en las personas, pero para diseñar productos. Cuando Diego y yo hablamos de hacer esta sesión conjunta, pensamos que precisamente como hace tanto peso en las personas, en la empatía, y es la parte que a mí más me interesaba que vivierais hoy, lo íbamos a llevar a desarrollando personas. Porque, como veréis, puede servir para diseñar un producto, pero sobre todo sirve para entender a las personas. Y es lo que vamos a hacer ahora. Pero antes de seguir, queremos que arranquéis ya. Entonces, como os digo, es un material de Design Thinking que se basa en un original de la D-School de Stanford y que arranca así. Tenéis que pensar en un supuesto producto, que en este caso es una experiencia, que sería cuál es la experiencia ideal que podríais vivir en un evento para que ese evento realmente os impacte, ¿sí? Entonces, os vamos a dar 2 minutos para que penséis qué tendría que tener ese evento ideal, cómo tendría que ser y que a poder ser lo dibujéis, ¿vale? Más que empezar a tomar notas, dibujáis qué es esa imagen mental que os viene a la cabeza cuando pensáis en un evento ideal. ¿Sí? ¿Lo tenéis? Pues 2 minutos. Ah, cierto. Tenéis 2 minutos, no os va a dar para hablar y dibujar. Venga.
Tiempo. Muy bien. El taller idealmente es para 2 personas, con lo cual vamos a buscar un compañero y vamos a terminar el resto del taller estando en parejas, ¿vale? Así que aseguraos de que todos tenéis un compañero con el que trabajar, ¿vale? Y muy bien, ¿tenéis todos compañero? ¿Sí? Vale, pues ahora vais a tener en la pareja una persona A y una persona B, ¿vale? La persona A, su misión es intentar diseñar la experiencia ideal de evento de la persona B, ¿vale? Lo que hemos estado haciendo, hemos diseñado nuestro evento ideal, ¿vale? Pues la persona A lo que ahora va a tratar durante todo el resto del taller es diseñar la experiencia de evento ideal de la persona B. Entonces, para empezar, lo primero, ¿vale? Entonces, por temas de tiempos, el taller está para que hagamos switch. Y aquí no lo vamos a poder hacer. Siempre vamos a estar el rol A diseñando la del B. Entonces, si os fijáis en las diapositivas, pone 6 minutos, 3 cada uno. Solo vamos a tener 3 minutos y vamos a pasar al paso siguiente.
Os lo hemos dejado así porque la original de Stanford es así, ¿vale? Para que sepáis que la dinámica la podríais hacer viviendo los dos papeles, pero en este caso, para que nos dé tiempo a poder hablar de ello y no solo hacer la dinámica, ¿vale? Vamos a hacer solo uno de los 2 turnos, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, siempre uno va a ser el diseñador y otro va a ser el usuario al que tenemos que entrevistar sobre cómo es su evento, ¿vale? Entonces, en esta primera trabajo vamos a olvidarnos un poco del ideal como tal y lo que vamos a hablar es de experiencias reales, ¿sí? El que pregunta tiene que preguntar al otro sobre eventos reales que haya vivido y que realmente o le hayan aportado cosas buenas o malas, siempre desde la experiencia, y la otra persona también tiene que contar desde la experiencia, ¿sí? Intentaros basaros en cosas pasadas, no cómo me gustaría que fuera, todo anterior, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el evento que más te ha gustado? ¿Qué es lo que más te gustó de él? ¿Sí? ¿Queda más o menos claro? Vale, pues tenemos 3 minutos. Vale.
Muy bien, tiempo. ¿Qué tal esta primera entrevista? ¿Bien? ¿Sí?
Vale, ahora lo que vamos a continuar es, en realidad, volviendo a entrevistar, ¿sí? Esto nos pasa mucho cuando tratamos de empatizar con alguien. Las primeras preguntas que hacemos siempre son sobre cosas concretas, ¿no? Primero porque nos cuesta un poco mojarnos, tanto como cuando preguntamos como cuando nos cuentan, hasta el punto de empezar a contar la esencia de las experiencias, ¿sí? Entonces vamos a hacer una segunda entrevista a la persona en la que vamos a ir un poquito más a la parte de sentimientos, de experiencia más profunda, de porqués, ¿sí? Es un buen momento para preguntar por qué a las cosas que nos está respondiendo la otra persona.
Vamos a buscar motivaciones y necesidades. Entonces, os planteamos que estructuréis de la siguiente manera. Cuando yo, que soy al que están entrevistando, me pregunten, voy a responder intentando decir hechos, lo que observo, lo que veo, ¿vale? Como si grabarais con una cámara de vídeo. Entonces, ¿qué veis? Esos hechos seguramente os provocarán unos sentimientos o unas motivaciones. Entonces, intentar comentarlas. Y además esas motivaciones o esas emociones irán en consonancia con alguna necesidad. Buscar cuál es esa necesidad y se la transmitís a la persona que estáis entrevistando, ¿vale? Y finalmente, intentar pedir algo que vaya en consonancia con esa motivación, necesidad, para cubrirla. En resumen, hablamos de hechos, las emociones que nos inspiran esos hechos y las necesidades que son la raíz de esas emociones. A la persona que está entrevistando, nos diga lo que nos diga la otra persona, vamos a intentar ver qué hechos, motivaciones y necesidades nos está intentando transmitir. Y esas son las notas que tomamos.
Si conseguís que el compañero le salga la lagrimilla, es que estáis en el buen camino, ¿sí? ¿Vale? Ese es el objetivo final, ¿vale? Venga, 3 minutos. Tiempo. ¿Qué tal?
Tiempo, chicos.
¿Qué tal? ¿Habéis visto muchas lágrimas, no? Yo he visto por el fondo a alguien raspándose los ojos. No sé si... ¿Habéis hecho bien? ¿Sí? Vale. En Design Thinking esta sería la fase en la que estamos como recogiendo la información e inspirándonos, ¿sí? Es un proceso no de inspiración creativo, sino, ¿sí? Como de meter todo lo que necesitamos a nuestra cabeza, situarnos dónde estamos. Hasta ahora pues hemos hecho observación, para eso también las entrevistas. Hay como diferentes etapas en las que podemos vivir, pero sería dentro de una gran fase que sería la de inspiración, ¿vale? Esta es la fase en la que siempre se asocia más con la empatía y es verdad que es la más rica porque es en la que realmente estamos con el usuario final. Pensar que esto, yo siempre me refiero a usuario porque, como os digo, yo trabajo en diseño de productos, pero en realidad es aplicable a cualquier cosa. Vosotros estáis en un equipo en vuestra empresa y también necesitáis empatizar con el compañero, entender qué es lo que el otro necesita, ¿vale? En realidad, la empatía es necesaria en muchas áreas de nuestra vida, ¿vale? Pero como os decía, es la fase de inspiración y ahora comenzaría la fase de ideación. Entonces, ¿cómo vamos a comenzar esta fase? Sketcheando. Vamos a hacer unos primeros dibujos de qué creemos que puede servir para el usuario, para nuestro compañero, con lo que nos ha contado, ¿vale? Entonces aquí trabaja uno, que es el que va a estar ahí dibujando y pensando ideas, y el otro ya va a estar echándole un ojo a, oh, creo que esto no le he debido contar por eso que está dibujando, ¿sí? ¿Vale? Entonces, son sketch, no tenéis que hacer aquí, y lo importante es la cantidad. Entonces, si os salen 5, mejor que si os sale 1, sí, por lo menos 2. Pensar más de una idea, no os centréis en poner una bonita.
No evaluéis. Ya tenéis información. Dejar que el lapicero fluya. Dibujar todas las ideas que tengáis.
Y luego
¿Sí?
Pensar si habéis descubierto, si tenéis algún insight de la entrevista. A veces ocurre que vamos con una idea que es, por ejemplo, ¿no? Diseñar el evento para alguien. Y descubrimos que en realidad su necesidad no es tanto es ir a un evento, ¿sí? Igual la razón por la que va a un evento es porque siempre se encuentra con una serie de personas a las que les tiene un especial cariño y va al evento solo para verlas. Igual su solución ideal no es que creemos un evento para él, ¿sí? Igual lo que necesita es una quedada mensual con sus amigos, ¿vale? Entonces, pensar si alguna de las necesidades que habéis descubierto no os lleva a la solución que idealmente nosotros os hemos pedido, sino que igual el sketch tiene que ser de otra cosa, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, entre todas esas ideas, podéis sketchear algunas de evento, otras no, ¿de acuerdo? Pues 5 minutos. Sí, una pregunta. Espera, un momento. ¿Una pregunta? No, en este momento solo observáis si sobre lo que veis vais pensando, oh, debería contarle algo más sobre no sé qué, ¿vale? Solo observáis. Es muy divertido dibujar mientras te están observando. Venga, 5 minutos. Ay, no sé cómo se hace, Diego. ¿Dónde pegas? Ah, joder, yo dándole golpes. Dibujar sin miedo, no busquéis la aprobación del compañero de momento. Vosotros libremente dibujar.
Centraos en comunicar la idea. Da igual cómo dibujéis. En serio, no hay que ser un gran dibujante.
os contéis nada de momento, que veo por aquí ya buscando aprobaciones. No, solo dibujo. Os vemos a todos con muchas ganas de hablar. ¿Queréis que paremos ya de dibujar? ¿Paramos? No, por ahí alguien está en modo creativo. Venga.
Muy bien, chicos, tiempo.
Vale, ahora era el momento de feedback, que no os habéis podido aguantar, ¿sí? Una vez que uno piensa en las soluciones, ahora necesitamos explicárselas al compañero. Entonces, nos vamos a tomar un tiempo para explicarlas, pero cuidado porque no tenéis que venderlas, ¿sí? Seguimos en un proceso de empatía. Entonces, nuestro objetivo no es contarle al compañero, he pensado tu solución perfecta. No, es contarle, he pensado esto, dame el feedback. Sigo necesitando ver si lo que yo he creado va a resolver su necesidad. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, le cuento todas. Si he pensado 5, le cuento 5. La idea es, se las cuento rápido, que entienda, pero lo más importante es que yo siga entendiendo si le sirve o no. Sigo haciendo preguntas. ¿Por qué? ¿Para qué? ¿Por qué me respondes esto? ¿Vale? Porque tengo que seguir recogiendo información. Como os decía, estamos en la fase de ideación, pero yo tengo que seguir aprendiendo. ¿Vale? Es un mix entre idear y ya nos metemos en el testeo.
Para dar feedback, acordaros. Cosas que vemos, emociones o motivaciones y necesidades. Intentar transmitírselas a la persona que os está preguntando por feedback. ¿Vale?
Pues
¿Sí?
4 minutos. Vale, tiempo. Bueno, los diseñadores, ¿habéis conseguido retener vuestras ansias de vender vuestra idea? Es difícil, ¿eh? Porque uno ha pensado, cree haber encontrado ese eureka y, joder, cuesta un poco aguantarse y no terminar de vender la idea. Y aceptar el feedback, que a veces es todavía más complicado. O sea, a los que os estaban entrevistando, ¿os han pillado esa necesidad oculta que teníais? Más o menos, bueno. Vale, como os decía de las fases de Design Thinking, hemos vivido la de inspiración, hemos vivido la de ideación, el sketch para buscar ideas, podríamos considerarlo todavía ideación, y ahora nos meteríamos en la de implementación. Hemos hecho una fase de divergencia, hemos pensado ideas, pero ahora necesitamos converger. Entonces, de todas las ideas que habéis escogido y con el feedback que habéis recibido, deberíamos elegir una y esa es la que vais a terminar prototipando, ¿vale? Entonces, la vais a volver a dibujar, pero esta vez ya con el nuevo feedback añadido.
Como ha dicho Ujue antes, a lo mejor esta nueva solución no tiene nada que ver tampoco con ninguna. Es nueva. ¿Vale? También, permitíroslo. ¿Sí?
Eso es.
Pero ahora es una solución.
Eso es. Entonces, 2 minutillos, porque ya vemos que en cuanto os dejamos un poco más de rato empezáis a hablar y no puede ser. 2 minutos y seguimos. Tú cuentas lo de nuestras parejas y tal. Vale, tiempo. Vale, con este prototipado ya nos meteríamos en la última fase de Design Thinking, que es eso, implementación. ¿Vale? A partir de aquí ya, esa idea que tenemos que crearla de alguna manera para volver a recibir feedback. El objetivo siempre es terminar empatizando con el usuario final. Entonces, por eso, nuestra última fase va a ser el compartir. Lo que pasa es que ya, como habéis hablado mucho entre la pareja, incluso mientras alguno dibujaba no podía aguantar explicarle, este compartir lo vamos a hacer de otra manera. ¿Sí?
Vale, para compartir nos vamos a juntar, sois una pareja, pues nos vamos a juntar de a 2 parejas, ¿vale? Vamos a formar grupos de 4 y lo que queremos que compartáis es que habléis sobre cómo habéis intentado dar empatía y cómo la persona ha recibido empatía, ¿vale? Desde vuestra experiencia, intentar conectar. ¿Cómo he intentado yo conscientemente dar empatía a la otra persona y cómo esa persona la ha recibido? ¿Sí? Entonces, compartir ahí vuestros insights.
Y luego pensar si todo este proceso os ha servido para cambiar la idea inicial. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Volver a la primera hoja. ¿Habéis hecho un dibujo de un evento ideal? ¿Lo que habéis terminado diseñando para vuestro compañero se parece mucho a lo que pensasteis? Puede ser que se parezca, ¿sí? Porque estamos hablando de un evento. Entonces, puede tener ciertas similitudes. El poder de un proceso empático es que a veces la diferencia está en unos detalles que hace que esa experiencia nueva que hemos diseñado realmente llegue, realmente tenga algo de la persona para la que va, ¿sí? Entonces, aprovechar a contar vuestro proceso en grupos, aprovechar a contar si habéis descubierto cosas o no, si os ha ayudado este proceso empático, si habéis conseguido empatizar realmente o no, ¿vale? 3 minutillos. Paro ya. Vale, tiempo.
Tiempo, volvemos a nuestro sitio.
¿Os han sorprendido las soluciones que habían encontrado los otros compañeros ante la misma necesidad? O más bien ante el mismo problema de diseño, porque luego la necesidad muchas veces que está por debajo de ese problema de diseño es lo que es diferente, ¿sí? Más o menos las personas a nivel de necesidad podemos tener parecidas, pero luego lo que subyace de esas necesidades es particular en cada persona y por eso un proceso de empatía es tan interesante. Entonces, ¿qué nos gustaría compartiros, aparte de lo que os hayáis podido llevar vosotros de la propia vivencia? La empatía muchas veces es algo que queda muy bonito de decir, pero no le damos la importancia que realmente tiene. Convivimos diariamente con personas, pero no somos conscientes de cuánto de necesario es tener empatía con otras personas. Os llevo al caso extremo. La ausencia total de empatía es uno de los grandes, o se considera una de las razones por las que hay tantos problemas en el mundo, ¿sí? Guerras, abusos, psicopatía, ¿sí? Los psicópatas, una de sus características más reseñables es que tienen ausencia total de empatía. ¿Qué ocurre? Que en parte no le damos la importancia que tiene porque creemos que somos empáticos en general, ¿sí? Yo me he encontrado muy poca gente que me dice no soy capaz de ponerme en el lugar del otro. En general creemos que sí. Y por eso en las conversaciones tenemos muchas conversaciones de joder, es que no entiendo cómo no estás haciendo esto, ¿sí? Y nos parece que en realidad estamos tratando de entender al otro, pero no es verdad. En realidad, lo que solemos hacer es justo lo contrario, inferimos lo que nosotros somos, lo que nosotros haríamos en el otro y esperamos que el otro se comporte como nos comportaríamos nosotros. En realidad, estamos tratando de convivir con muchos yos, ¿sí? Eso de empatía tiene poco. ¿Por qué es tan importante? Porque, como os decía, es verdad, todos tenemos una base. Por un lado, tenemos una base, ayer lo hablábamos a la noche ya de cervezas, ¿no? De sesgos, hay una serie de cosas que nos rigen a todos de la misma manera, igual que tenemos una serie de necesidades básicas todos por igual, pero luego todos, a partir de esa base, hemos tenido vidas diferentes. Vamos cargando con una mochila que lleva distintas cosas cada uno de nosotros, es más grande, más pequeña, y eso es como luego interpretamos la realidad que vemos. Esa diferencia es tan particular de cada uno que si no empatizamos con la otra persona, si no la entendemos, es muy difícil trabajar o para esa persona o desde esa persona o la conversación con esa persona. ¿Vale? Y como os decía, al final lo que terminamos haciendo es convirtiendo al otro en yo mismo, ¿no? Es que, pues eso, no entiendo cómo hoy no has sido capaz de... Joder, es que yo no... es que no veo el problema de la misma manera que tú, ¿no? Vale.
Eso lo decía don Norman, que decía que tendemos a proteger nuestras creencias sobre las creencias de otros. Es uno de los sesgos que no nos permite empatizar. Entonces, 3 últimas cosas para compartir con vosotros. Y la primera es que para dar empatía a otros, primero tenemos que darnos empatía a nosotros mismos. Tenemos que conectar con nosotros mismos. Se estaba hablando de sesgos, Edu, ayer también Gerard. Tenemos que ser conscientes de que todos, cuando estamos hablando con otra persona, emitimos opiniones y emitimos juicios, ¿vale? No podemos no juzgar, es imposible. No podemos no tener nuestra opinión, es imposible. Lo que sí que podemos hacer es notar que la tenemos y decidir qué hacemos con ello, ¿vale? En el proceso de empatía, escucharnos a nosotros mismos, se trata de eso, de notar, de estar conectados con lo que queremos hacer en ese momento. Entonces, desde ahí podemos elegir no proyectar lo que somos, sino intentar estar lo más posible. Lo que se dice de estar en los zapatos del otro, no nos han enseñado, pero por lo menos podemos intentarlo lo máximo posible, o en la medida de lo posible. Una diferencia muy importante, no es lo mismo dar empatía que recibir empatía. Muchas veces siempre se habla de la primera parte. No, venga, te voy a dar empatía. O sí, vamos a ir a este proceso y vamos a dar empatía. Pero esto es como la comunicación. Nosotros intentamos hacer algo, pero no es lo que intentemos hacer. Es lo que la otra persona recibe. Por eso os hemos pedido que hablarais sobre ello, ¿vale? Porque es una distinción muy importante. Podemos estar dando el mayor regalo del mundo o creer que lo estamos dando, pero que para la otra persona no haya recibido nada de empatía, no se haya sentido identificado, no se haya sentido acogido ni reconocido, ¿vale? Y la última, hay un modelo que se llama comunicación no violenta, ayer Alberto Gómez ya estuvo hablando un poco con él, que se basa en 4 pasos, que son hechos o observaciones, emociones, necesidades y peticiones, ¿vale? Es un pequeño modelito que nos permite, por un lado, cuando transmitimos, comunicar de una manera muy transparente y honesta, porque tenemos que conectar con lo que verdaderamente tenemos dentro, y cuando intentamos escuchar a la otra persona, nos permite intentar escuchar de manera empática, porque no vamos un poco más allá, vamos a intentar ver qué nos está intentando comunicar a nivel de emociones, de qué necesita, ¿sí? Y bueno, básicamente
Eso es todo.
eso es todo.
Como cierre final, deciros que todos nacemos empáticos, ¿sí? Es de esas condiciones innatas, igual que todos nacemos con celos o igual que, no lo sé, todos nacemos con la capacidad de hablar o con la capacidad de enamorarnos. Pero son cosas que si no las entrenas, en realidad nunca llegas a tenerlas realmente, ¿sí? Una de las maneras de entrenar la empatía es experimentándola. Así que esperamos que hoy os vayáis de aquí con un poquito más de empatía que cuando habéis entrado. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. ¿Nos da tiempo a una pregunta? ¿Alguien quiere preguntar algo?
Muchas gracias. Yo tengo una pregunta que es más de experiencia personal, ¿vale? Para vosotros. ¿Qué hacéis cuando empatizas con alguien? ¿Entiendes su situación, sus motivaciones? La otra persona se siente empatizada. Esta persona puede entender que esa empatía es simpatía con lo que le está diciendo, pero tú en tu fuero interno sabes que tus propias creencias y quieres elegir el no. Por ejemplo, alguien te pide algo o alguien te hace daño. Yo puedo entender y empatizar con una persona que me ha hecho daño, pero no tengo por qué aceptarlo. ¿Cómo expresas eso de una manera asertiva y empática?
Eso para Diego.
Sí. Por ejemplo, con el modelo de comunicación no violenta, lo que intentarías transmitirle, ¿vale? Es de todo lo que ha dicho, con hechos, ¿vale? Lo que esos hechos provocan en ti, la necesidad que no cubre, y hacerle una petición, básicamente, de manera asertiva. No tienes que decirle, bueno, pues sí, ahora ya no soy empático contigo. No, has recibido empatía, pero ahora puedes estar de acuerdo o no. Puedes conectar con lo que te está diciendo o no. Y si tú te lo transmites también de manera empática, no va a haber conflicto. No os vais a entender, pero no va a haber un conflicto. La cuestión es dejar opinión, dejar espacio a su opinión y a tu opinión. Ya está. Es dejar espacio. ¿Una más?
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muchas gracias. De verdad, muy buena la experiencia y todo lo que hemos aprendido aquí en este ratito, ¿no? De los pasos que hemos aplicado, a mí, por lo menos, de verdad, a mí me parece que es muy difícil o es el más complicado, ¿no? Una vez que tú ya, ok, tienes ideas y tal, le has hecho las entrevistas, entonces como el elegir mi punto de vista, es decir, el punto de vista desde el cual yo le voy a plantear la solución, ¿vale? Es decir, no sé si a lo mejor pedir a ustedes consejo, insight, cómo poder tratar de atinar mejor o de llegar a algo.
Vale, en realidad nunca sabes muy bien si la solución que vas a optar va a ser la que va a conseguir resolver la necesidad final, ¿vale? Entre otras cosas porque normalmente no suele ser una necesidad tan concreta que sabes que una va a ser el resultado de la otra, ¿no? Entonces, por eso ¿no? Creemos mucho en Agile, en Lean. En realidad se trata de decir, creo que la solución más adecuada es esta y el proceso de Design Thinking es también iterativo. Entonces, eso es, sacas, vuelves a testar, vuelves a recibir empatía, decides si te equivocaste, si es modificación o recoges otra de las ideas que tuviste porque la solución que diste no es la más adecuada y sigues, continúas.
Durante el proceso hemos hecho hincapié en no se la vendas, simplemente propónsela. Y él es el que te va a dar feedback. Entonces, actúa siempre desde él, desde la empatía de intentar.
Eso es.
Exacto.
Eso es.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias, ya no da tiempo para más.
Hola. Sí, bueno, yo he ido tomando nota de las charlas en las que hemos estado y bueno, ayer Dave Moore hablaba sobre cómo si implementábamos nosotros una interfaz en vez de asumir la de una librería de terceros, pues nos protegíamos ante el riesgo de que algo fallara, ¿no? Jorge habló de cómo balancear el detalle y la brocha gorda y si estamos dispuestos a que el producto final sea distinto al que concebíamos al principio de un proyecto, ¿no? Carlos hablaba de qué pasa si no llegamos, qué opciones le damos a negocio cuando surge un imprevisto y tenemos que reaccionar. También Jorge mencionaba un post de Sandro Mancuso en el que hablaba de que teníamos que hablar de clusters de clases en vez de clases individuales. En CartoDB, bueno, hicieron una demostración en la charla de Juan Ignacio tremenda de cómo se implementa el desarrollo iterativo incremental. Entonces, bueno, al final nos habéis ido haciendo un poco cuñas de nuestra charla. Vamos a hablar de todas estas cosas y está guay, ¿no? Que vaya hilándose todo hacia la misma temática. Te cambio de sitio, Luis. No. Te cambio de sitio.
Y la conclusión es un poco que la forma que tenemos que tener de acercarnos a la tecnología siempre tiene que ser a través del contexto en el que se aplica, ¿vale? Y los dilemas que hay cuando combino varias cosas, los trade-offs, ¿vale? Y cómo los balanceo entre sí, ¿vale? Bien, siguiendo un poco por donde vamos, ¿no? Ya voy poco a poco, me voy acercando. Voy a hablar cada vez más rápido, no os preocupéis, hasta que no entendáis nada de lo que digo. Hemos pasado un poco que haya unas necesidades de negocio, que esas necesidades de negocio, en cierta manera, al menos, nos pueden hacer verlo desde el punto de vista del valor, coste, riesgo y deuda, ¿vale? Dependencias, ¿no? Está en el título de la charla, dependencias, ¿no? Dentro de lo que estamos un poco intentando trabajar, nos hemos ido dando cuenta que hay varias claves, ¿no? Una es la automatización. La automatización es una de las claves, ¿vale? Pero es imposible que lo metiéramos en esta charla. Nos hemos centrado en concreto en las dependencias, ¿no? ¿Vale? ¿Le importan a business las dependencias de software? Si yo voy a business y le digo, es que cuando quiero implementar una nueva funcionalidad, es que esto depende de un montón de cosas, o factura service, es que le inyecto 30 repositorios para que funcione porque tiene dentro la parte de contratar. Esto no le importa a business, ¿vale? Le da exactamente igual. No le importa, ¿vale? Tenemos que meter alguna chorrada, esta por ejemplo, no le importa, ¿vale? Business se centra muchísimo en aquello, bueno, las personas humanas en sí mismas, ¿vale? Se centran muchísimo en aquello que pueden ver, ¿no? Lo que no pueden ver les cuesta más, ¿vale? En concreto, business siempre se enfoca mucho en los costes. Siempre te dice, esta tarea, 10 horas, ¿en 5? Que no hay ningún tipo de diálogo respecto a esto, ¿no? Tú dices que crees que vas a tardar 10 horas y ellos te dicen que lo hagas en 5, ¿no? Este tipo de cuestiones. Vale. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué ocurre todo esto? Pues porque al final, de lo que tenemos que tener en cuenta, que no son solo los costes, Kini, ¿vale? Hay que tener en cuenta cuando razonamos, intentamos venderle a business, por hablar de alguna manera lo de venderle, ¿vale? Lo que tiene que ver tanto con costes, con valor, con riesgo y con deuda, ¿vale? Y lo único que realmente es fácil de cuantificar y de ver es el coste. Yo sé perfectamente que si te pido el listado de categorías y tú tardas un mes y tu nómina es tanto, ya sé cuánto me ha costado el listado de categorías, ¿vale? Perfectamente, lo puedo medir, sé el tiempo que tardas, lo puedo ver, etcétera, etcétera. El valor ya empezamos a meternos en un auténtico problema, ¿vale? Porque, bien, hemos hecho el listado no sé qué y tal, ¿esto qué retorno tiene exactamente de inversión? ¿Es la clave para vender o no es la clave para vender nuestro producto? Seguramente pueda haber ese valor, ¿no? Puedo ver ese listado, puedo ver que los clientes lo adoran, ¿no? Si me esfuerzo, puedo verlo, ¿vale? Pero lo más probable es que no pueda decir esta funcionalidad vale 44 de valor y esta otra vale 33, ¿vale? Lo tendré bastante complicado. Y no te digo ya con el riesgo y la deuda, ¿vale? En un proyecto muchas veces tienes muy claro que por donde vamos va a estallar la cosa, va a irse al cuerno, ¿vale? Pero igual hay gente que lo que está percibiendo es que salen un montón de features por semana, ¿no? Pero tú estás viendo ya que se está liando parda, que el código está yendo al cuerno, que la gente lo está yendo mal, pero lo tienes muy difícil para transmitírselo a business, ¿vale? Si business sobre todo no te conoce, tiene una confianza en ti muy grande, etcétera, etcétera, porque el riesgo de la deuda son invisibles completamente al proyecto hasta que estallan, probablemente, ¿vale? Y muy difíciles de medir. No puedes decir, es que tenemos 3 riesgos de 12,3, ¿no? De 12,3, ostras. No, es muy, muy difícil, ¿vale? Entonces, las dependencias están ahí, ¿vale? Las dependencias dentro del software están dentro del riesgo de la deuda y para business son algo siempre totalmente invisible, ¿vale? Y sobre lo que afectan muy directamente, impactan en la economía del software, ¿vale? En lo que cuestan las cosas al final. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Que es probable que en aquello a lo que nos dedicamos, pese a que es muy fácil estar centrado exclusivamente en los costes, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? Es muy probable que los costes sean mucho menos importantes que el valor, el riesgo o la deuda. O sea, el número de proyectos que probablemente fracasen porque realmente cuesta mucho hacer una funcionalidad sea mucho menor que aquellos que fracasan, pues por ejemplo, dentro del contexto de startup, porque aquello que has desarrollado no lo quiere nadie para hacer negocio ni para nada, ¿vale? Te has esforzado un montón, tal y cual, y resulta que las funcionalidades en el mercado no funcionan y nadie te compra el producto, ¿vale? Fallan seguramente mucho más por eso o porque tú puedes desarrollar funcionalidad muy rápido, pero resulta que la secretaria pidió el informe de no sé qué de tal y el otro, el gerente lo que quería era un informe de Pascual. Y al final has dedicado unas horas que no van a ninguna parte, ¿vale? Es más probable que fallemos por eso, por valor, riesgo o deuda, ¿vale? Que realmente por una cuestión de cuánto cuesta en sí mismo desarrollar las cosas, ¿vale? Obviamente hay una relación entre todo esto, también hablaremos, ¿vale? Entonces, hablemos un poco de la consecuencia un poco de esto, ¿vale? Yo creo que a día de hoy aquí, sobre todo en esta conferencia, todo el mundo asume que el desarrollo ha de ser iterativo e incremental, cosa que es muy fácil de decir, ¿vale? Y como Nacho nos hizo ver cómo hacen CartoDB, etcétera, etcétera, a nivel técnico puede llegar a ser realmente jodido, ¿vale? Hacer desarrollo iterativo e incremental. Entonces, ¿cómo trabajamos en un desarrollo de iterativo e incremental, ¿vale? Pero primero, waterfall, ¿no? Es genial para los costes, ¿vale? Pero una auténtica mierda para valor, riesgo o deuda, ¿vale? ¿A qué me refiero? Bueno, probablemente en la cabeza de cualquier ingenuo que no sepa nada especialmente de software, lo más barato que podemos hacer es pensar muy bien lo que queremos hacer, implementarlo, probarlo y ponerlo en producción. Eso es lo más barato. Si tú le dices a una persona que lo que tiene que hacer es preparar, probar, cambiar, adaptar, entregar, volver a entregar una cuarta vez, entregar una quinta, eso es muchísimo más caro, ¿no? Obviamente, a nivel de costes. No parece una gran estrategia. Sin embargo, ocurren dos cosas, ¿vale? La primera es que la primera vez que se recibe valor, ¿vale? Es al final del proceso, ¿vale? Es la primera vez que está ahí. Y después, que el riesgo acumulado, ¿no? Todo lo que hemos ido, la tensión ahí que se ha ido acumulando, etcétera, etcétera, el saber si eso que hacemos sirve para algo o no, el saber si funcionará, si funciona en producción, en el servidor de producción, etcétera, etcétera, el riesgo acumulado es de este tamaño, ¿vale? Sin embargo, en un desarrollo iterativo e incremental, que a nivel de costes nunca va a ser seguramente lo óptimo, ¿vale? Hemos entregado el valor mucho antes, ¿vale? Y ya hemos definido antes que el retorno temprano, el valor, etcétera, etcétera, es algo que negocio necesita, ¿no? Entonces, igual nosotros tenemos que decirle negocio, pero si tú sabes que quieres valor temprano, todo este extra de trabajo y de coste lo estamos haciendo para cumplir tu objetivo, ¿vale? Que es el valor temprano. Bien, eso y además el riesgo que acumulamos global es muchísimo menor. Y esto también es algo a lo que está muy acostumbrado a pensar business. Es más, mucho más que nosotros. O sea, si algo se dedica a negocio es a pensar en riesgos, mitigaciones de riesgos, a la hora de invertir en algo, mira qué riesgo hay en la inversión, etcétera, etcétera. Oye, pero por supuesto que van a trabajar en esto. Les podéis poner una slide esta o intentar explicárselo como podáis, igual mejor que nosotros, pero el desarrollo iterativo incremental, al final, te ofrece una estrategia para que tus riesgos sean mucho menores, ¿vale? Entonces es eso, sobre todo. Pero ¿cuáles son las consecuencias de esto de aquí, ¿vale? Pues las consecuencias son que el hecho de haber cambiado nuestra manera de desarrollar y no hacer una entrega final después de una serie de haber pensado muy bien lo que queríamos, etcétera, etcétera, es que tenemos que trabajar con el coste del cambio, ¿vale? En un entorno de coste de cambio constante, de repente, algo como entregar se convierte en un problemón, cuando antes, bueno, si habíamos terminado todo el desarrollo de software y al final del todo tardábamos 3 o 4 días en entregar a producción, no era un problema, porque eso se hacía una vez en un proyecto de un año. 4 días en el proyecto de un año no era un coste, ¿vale? Cuando nos estamos planteando, de nuevo volviendo sobre la charla de Nacho de ayer, etcétera, etcétera, el entregar varias veces al día, si quiero entregar varias veces al día y un despliegue cuesta 4 días, obviamente es totalmente imposible, ¿vale? Hay que lidiar con las consecuencias de un desarrollo iterativo e incremental cuyo objetivo, ¿vale?, es satisfacer a negocio, porque negocio no quiere solo costes, quiere valor y un control sobre riesgo y deuda, ¿vale? Y hay que lidiar con el cambio, ¿vale? Que, por cierto, no era el objetivo, pero al final esta conferencia va sobre el cambio, ¿no? La verdad es que nos ha encajado bastante bien. Vale, por eso también quiero pasar un poco rápido, pero creo que es una de las claves, ¿no? Al final, un desarrollo vertical, ¿vale? Que significa que vamos a desarrollar algo muy pequeñito que va a ir a producción y luego lo vamos a iterar, ¿vale? Conseguimos el feedback, como comentábamos antes, etcétera, etcétera. Pero ¿qué es lo que pasa después con esa funcionalidad mucho más pequeña que lo que necesitamos realmente, que vamos a ir iterando, ¿vale? Esto es una funcionalidad, ¿vale? A ver si se entiende bien el diagrama, es una funcionalidad y luego su evolución, ¿vale? La evolución, lo que va pasando es que la vamos evolucionando, vamos cambiando, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? Y al final, ¿esto qué nos hace ver? Nos hace ver que cuando se habla de el coste de desarrollar tiende a cero. Quiere decir, frameworks, ¿vale? ¿Qué pasa muchas veces? A la gente le flipa el scaffolding, ¿vale? El andamiaje. El hecho de que yo tenga un framework y una línea de comandos donde me genera muy rápido el controller, el no sé qué y tal, y luego ya yo solo lo relleno, ¿vale? Ahí lo que estás haciendo es optimizar lo de la izquierda del todo. Has conseguido gracias a ese maravilloso framework que tiene un comando que te genera el controller y tú lo rellenas, ¿vale? Optimizar el coste de eso de ahí, ¿vale? Pero ten cuidado, porque tu auténtico coste, el de verdad, es toda la evolución que va a llevar esa funcionalidad, ¿vale? A la hora de balancearlo, los frameworks no tengo de verdad nada en contra, hay que tener cuidado con ellos, pero nada en contra. Bien, si tu framework lo que está haciendo es acelerarte para generarte 3 ficheros de mierda, ¿vale? Cuando vas a empezar a desarrollar, porque te da pereza generártelos tú, para luego suponerte un problema a la hora de evolucionar tu software, estás optimizando el chocolate del loro, ¿vale? Bien, entonces, en un recorrido así a toda leche ya hemos llegado un poco al tema de las dependencias, ¿vale? Vamos a hacer una pequeña recapitulación para ver si terminamos ya de centrarlo. No sé cuántos minutos llevo ni nada por el estilo, ¿vale? Pero para satisfacer a business, ¿vale? Al final es probable que estar en sincronía con los temas económicos del desarrollo y expresar nuestras técnicas, etcétera, etcétera, en términos de valor, riesgo, coste, options, nos dé una ventaja y un modelo mental tanto para nosotros como para business muy importante, ¿vale? El desarrollo iterativo e incremental implica un desarrollo vertical de cosas pequeñas. Y nos trae nuevos retos, y uno de los retos, son varios, ¿vale? Pero uno de los retos es la constante evolución del software, ¿vale? Esto es un nuevo problema que tenemos, igual no tan nuevo, pero bueno. Y el software acoplado es muy difícil de cambiar, ¿vale? Si miramos un poco en total, esto está sacado del Implementation Patterns, Kenbeck en este tipo de temas no se mete mucho, pero por supuesto tiene como 3 párrafos en sus diferentes libros que son la clave, ¿vale? Como siempre con Kenbeck, ¿vale? Entonces, nosotros hemos hecho una especie de versión extendida un poco de lo que dice él, porque claro, él centra sus libros en código y no piensa en cosas como la parte del discovery, ¿vale? Pero al final, si queremos hacer una especie de estructura básica, de formulita básica de lo que cuesta el software, ¿vale? El software probablemente sea lo que cuesta descubrirlo, que ahí no es tan proporcional, ¿eh? Probablemente lo que cuesta descubrirlo sea 100 veces el resto, ¿vale? La parte propiamente de desarrollarlo, de evolucionarlo, ¿vale? Ir arreglando los bugs que se vayan creando, ¿vale? Y la entrega, ¿vale? Al final, y esa parte un poco de evolucionar lo que tenemos ahí, si esto es el total, ¿no? Si queremos hablar de economía del software, deberíamos hablar de todo esto. Obviamente, bastante cargados vamos como para que empecemos a hablar de los costes y lo que cuesta descubrir una funcionalidad y qué pasa si te equivocas, ¿no? No podemos ahora, ¿vale? Seguimos para adelante. Entonces, si nos centramos un poco en la evolución, al final tiene mucho que ver con lo que nos cuesta entender y lo que nos cuesta cambiar. Obviamente hay una interrelación aquí, ¿vale? Lo que nos cuesta entender y lo que nos cuesta cambiar probablemente tenga motivos comunes, ¿vale? Pero nosotros nos vamos a centrar en el cambio, concretamente. Dentro de esto tenemos un montón de cosas de las que podríamos hablaros, ¿vale? No os vamos a hablar de ellos, solo de la parte de dependencias. Y cuando hablamos de dependencias queremos que quede claro, ¿vale? Que no estamos hablando de dependencias ni de equipo, ni de conocimiento, etcétera. No podemos hablar tampoco, que nos hubiera encantado, lo habíamos puesto, lo hemos quitado, ¿vale? No podemos hablar, por ejemplo, de qué pasa cuando quiero cambiar algo, pero el que tiene el conocimiento es el de al lado, ¿no? Esa dependencia, ¿vale? Ese problema. Nos lo vamos a centrar en las dependencias propiamente de código, ¿vale? Y, ¿vale? Para que sigamos centrándonos en algo. Dentro de las dependencias de código, estos son vuestras herramientas, tópicos, tools, artefactos que tenéis a la hora de analizar o pensar en las dependencias, ¿vale? Desde los constraints boundaries, SOLIS, la ley de Demeter, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? No las voy a listar. Pero también sería imposible, y además no creo que sea muy útil, porque ya tenéis las slides que nos pongamos a enumerarlas, ¿vale? Nos vamos a centrar en concreto en estas cosas de aquí, ¿vale? En el modelo mental de horizontal y vertical, en el concepto de inversión de control, que es una de las cosas peor entendidas que hay en software, en algo que hayamos llamado Extended Solid, pero ahora tenemos un nuevo palabra que es, Guille.
Arcas.
¿Cómo es?
Arcas.
Arcas, ¿vale? Ahora veréis de qué hablo y de la importancia de poner las cosas un buen acrónimo, ¿vale? Y las consecuencias, ¿vale? Hablaremos de modularidad, de arquitectura hexagonal y del principio de, no sé cómo traducir el self-similarity, si alguien me ayuda, ¿vale? Bien, ya lo hemos comentado, en verdad, esto es lo de siempre. Os damos una charla, contamos una cosa de dependencias y entonces, si a algunos mola, vais el lunes y empezáis, dependencias, es la clave, business, dependencias, ¿no? Y las dependencias por sí mismas no son todo el problema, ¿vale? Al final hay que tener una visión, si nos ponemos pedantes también, holística, o hay que verlo todo en su conjunto, ¿vale? Entonces, al final, las dependencias seguramente tengan que ver con cómo te has abstraído, la composición, etcétera, etcétera, y seguramente el coste de entender, el coste de cambiar, el coste de evolucionar, todo esté muy interrelacionado y tal y cual, ¿vale? Vamos a centrarnos en una serie de tools o herramientas concretas, pero nunca hay que perder un poco la visión global de las cosas, ¿vale? Y exactamente es eso, al final es una lente desde la que mirar tu software, ¿no? En cierto momento dado, cuando estás haciendo un poco de jardinería. Vale, Guille, te voy a dejar hablar.
Gracias, Luis. Bueno, primero voy a mirar cuánto tiempo me queda. Bueno, un poquillo más de media hora, muy bien. Bueno, media hora, en realidad son 17 minutos.
Empieza la charla.
Bueno, en realidad todo esto que os ha contado Luis es para justificar estas 3 cosas que queremos que os llevéis a casa, ¿vale? Son solo estas 3. Son 3 cosas súper sencillas, las voy a explicar ya ahora.
Porque como hemos reducido la charla, hemos elegido solo 3. Bueno,
claro. Tienen que ver con la gestión de dependencias y con los costes, ¿no? En lo que impactan las dependencias, en los costes del software. Reutilizar es crear dependencias. Punto número 1. Punto número 2. El buen código soporta opciones de negocio. Explicaremos lo que es y cómo funciona. Y el tercer punto es que debemos pensar en el software como clústeres de clases, componentes, módulos, etc. ¿Esto cómo va? Así. Vale, punto número 1. Reutilizar es crear dependencias. Imaginaos que este es nuestro proyecto. ¿Ya? Veo que se corta el texto igual, ahora que nos perdonáis. Hacéis un pequeño esfuerzo para entender lo que ponéis. Yo lo diré. Imaginaos que este es nuestro proyecto y tenemos una funcionalidad. Es el círculo amarillo. Nos enfrentamos a una nueva funcionalidad y decimos, a ver, no vamos a empezar de cero, vamos a mirar lo que tenemos y igual hay parte de lo que hemos hecho que podemos reutilizar. Decimos, bueno, la manera más fácil de reutilizar, ¿cuál es? Copiar y pegar. Cogemos la funcionalidad 2, tenemos ahí un cuadradito azul que representa el código que hemos duplicado y ya está. ¿Qué hemos hecho? Hemos duplicado nuestro coste de cambio. Ahora si tenemos que cambiar ese cuadradito, lo tenemos que cambiar en 2 sitios. Entonces, alguien viene y dice, joder, esto es un poco del género bobo, porque si resulta que tengo que entregar una nueva funcionalidad que utiliza este cuadradito de nuevo, ahora ya estoy triplicando mi coste del cambio. Entonces dice, bueno, hagamos una cosa, saquemos el cuadradito fuera, hagamos que nuestras funcionalidades dependan de ese cuadradito y entonces estamos dividiendo entre 2 el coste del cambio. A cambio de esto, ¿no? Sería, esta es la parte de la derecha de la balanza, la parte de la izquierda de la balanza que nos sube es que estamos generando una dependencia y estamos acoplando nuestro software un poquito más. Y hacemos esto además porque sabemos que va a haber nuevas funcionalidades que pueden usar esta dependencia, ¿no? Y decimos, esto es bueno. Con esto conseguimos economías de escala que nos van a permitir que el coste de añadir una nueva funcionalidad en el proyecto a lo largo del tiempo vaya decrementando. Esta es la gráfica que lo va a explicar. Entonces decimos, bueno, esto es cojonudo. El coste está a la izquierda, a la derecha está el tiempo. Nosotros empezamos a desarrollar un proyecto, vemos que el coste sube, generamos una nueva dependencia y sabemos que lo que tiene que pasar es, ¡yum!, bajan los costes y todos somos felices. Esta es la teoría. Lo que pasa en la realidad, y hemos sido muy, muy conservadores con la curva real, es que si no se mantienen los costes, ascienden, y normalmente ascienden mucho. ¿Qué es lo que está pasando aquí? Hemos aplicado algo que sabemos que es bueno, pero en vez de favorecernos nos estamos poniendo la zancadilla, ¿no? Lo que ocurre es que estamos generando un lío de dependencias. Realmente nuestro diagrama inicial genial, en el que había una sola dependencia y no había líneas que se cruzaban y todo era bonito, no es así, sino que, ¿no?, tenemos una cosa horrible así, en la que tenemos dependencias que dependen de dependencias de otra funcionalidad, funcionalidades que dependen entre ellas, dependencias comunes que dependen entre sí. Bueno, esto es un lío.
Hay gente muy feliz con este esquema porque hay reutilización, ¿vale? Que es lo más importante y solo enfócate en la reutilización. Entonces están contentísimos, ¿no? Un montón de código reutilizado.
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Que este lío de dependencias está empujando esa curva teórica hacia arriba, ¿no? Es lo que tenemos que intentar resolver. Lo que deberíamos hacer es, en el momento en que creamos esa nueva dependencia y vemos que esto no funciona como esperábamos, nuestras dependencias están... Bueno, una de las cosas que hacemos es analizar las dependencias y descubrimos que se están liando. Deberíamos hacer alguna acción en nuestro código para intentar aligerar o resolver esas dependencias. Y esto es una constante tensión durante todo el proyecto. Necesitamos hacerlo constantemente para que, bueno, aquí no se ven bien las curvas, pero bueno, no sería ni la teórica ni la real, ¿no? que plantea al principio. Es nuestra labor, ¿no? Hacer ese gardening que decía Luis al principio, detectar si es un problema de dependencias e ir resolviéndolo. ¿Bien? ¿Qué ocurre? Que necesitamos, o sea, si volviera a la slide en la que están todos los patrones de refactorización, metodologías que podemos llevar a cabo, todos los libros que tenemos que saber, es imposible que en el día a día manejemos todo ese conocimiento para hacer esta labor, ¿no? de verde, rojo, verde, rojo.
Sí, yo respecto a esta slide hay una cosa que es que me encanta, que a veces, ¿no?, estás en el equipo desarrollando, ¿no?, y hay que tomar una decisión de cómo lo hacemos, lo dejamos de hacer, ¿no? Y entonces la pregunta es, o reutilización o dependencias. Entonces dices, pues yo aquí me parece más importante en este caso las dependencias, ¿no? Dependencias, ¿no? Entonces durante absolutamente todos los próximos 8 meses lo único que importa son las dependencias, ¿no? Lo de la tensión constante me parece clave, y por eso lo recalco. O sea, hay que estar... estás jodido todo el proyecto. O sea, no puedes tomar una decisión y descargarte mentalmente del problema y decir, ya está, es que yo apuesto por las dependencias. No, o sea, realmente tienes que estar jorobado tomando decisiones constantemente alrededor de este problema y reevaluándolas constantemente, ¿vale?
Entonces, bueno, como no podemos manejar toda esa información que estaba mencionando, necesitábamos unos marcos mentales, unos modelos mentales que nos ayuden a realmente tener unas reglas sencillas, que nos ayuden a saber más o menos si estamos bien o mal y hacer acciones en función de esto, ¿no? Entonces, una manera de ver el software muy valiosa al respecto de las dependencias es la mentalidad vertical horizontal. Si nosotros asumimos que nuestro software se compone de capas horizontales transversales y capas verticales de funcionalidad, podríamos decir, podríamos poner en práctica estas reglas que os voy a contar para mantener ese lío al margen. Entonces,
abajo está el código reutilizado, ¿vale?, entre los diferentes verticales.
Nosotros siempre vamos a permitir que un vertical dependa de un horizontal. Vamos a impedir que un horizontal dependa de un vertical. Y vamos a impedir que los verticales dependan entre sí. Además, este modelo fomenta el principio de self-similarity, ¿no? Es que no sé cuál es el palabra en español, ¿no? Al final lo que tenemos es que el vertical también puede tener horizontales y verticales, ¿no? Y a su vez esto es como una muñeca estas rusas. Y además este modelo lo que me permite es quitar completamente un vertical de mi software y que siga funcionando, porque nadie depende, o sea, es un silo de funcionalidad, es estanco, nadie depende de él. Entonces, bueno, son propiedades que ayudan a mantener estas dependencias bajo control, porque son muy fáciles de entender y son muy fáciles de analizar. El código nos va a decir si estamos cumpliendo estas reglas o no. La conclusión es un poco cómo vamos a balancear nuestro código, si va a ser un código con pocas dependencias o con un nivel alto de reutilización. Esa es una pregunta que os tenéis que ir respondiendo a lo largo del proyecto.
No son las conclusiones, son los dilemas.
Y la segunda pregunta que hay que ir resolviendo durante el proyecto es cuándo vamos a romper nuestras propias reglas, porque a veces hay que hacerlo. Vamos al punto 2. El buen código soporta opciones de negocio. Primero, ¿qué es una opción de negocio? Para explicarlo, vamos a usar un ejemplo. Imaginaos que este es nuestro proyecto, empezamos a trabajar hoy y entregamos el mes que viene. Esa es nuestra idea, nuestro sprint, ¿no? Empezamos a trabajar hoy y terminamos dentro de un mes. Empezamos a trabajar, pim, pam, pum, pasan unos días y de repente viene el de negocio y dice, necesitamos una demo. Además es que es clave porque viene el inversor no sé cuántitos y el futuro de esta empresa depende de que esta demo funcione bien. Pero nosotros no vamos a terminar para cuando es la demo. Hay un problema, tenemos que resolverlo. Tenemos varias opciones. La primera opción que tenemos es no dar opciones. Es decir, lo siento mucho, mi sprint está cerrado. Además, aunque replanificáramos, es que no me va a dar tiempo físicamente. O sea, yo te he dicho que iba a tardar un mes, no puedo tardar de repente 2 semanas.
Como esta es una presentación seria, no como otras, ¿vale? No puede haber teatrillo, pero si hubiera teatrillo yo me hubiera disfrazado del de business y hubiera venido en plan megadrama, ¿no? Venía con un drama terrible donde realmente la empresa, los sueldos de las personas, la abuela que está no sé con, todo depende, ¿no?, de esta demo, ¿no? Y Guillermo lo que hubiera hecho es coger, ¿no?, le da así en el hombro al programador, le cuenta su drama llorando, ¿no?, y el programador se quitaría el casco, ¿no?, se giraría y diría, no es posible, y seguiría programando, ¿vale? Estas cosas se ven, ¿no?, y yo flipo con que esto se pueda hacer, ¿vale?
Entonces, bueno, esto no es una opción, no es profesional por nuestra parte. Creemos, sinceramente, que existen otras opciones y que podemos dar otras respuestas. Entonces, podemos pensar si podemos entregar algo un poco más pequeño que cumpla la funcionalidad o que al menos sea, no sé, algo, un mínimo, ¿no? Pero el problema es, ¿tu diseño soporta crear esta opción? Vale, esto sería un poco el ejemplo para introducir las opciones de negocio. Las opciones de negocio te permiten responder ante eventualidades excepcionales o ante riesgos conocidos. Y nosotros vamos a implementar, a través de las dependencias, vamos a hacer que nuestro código soporte opciones a través de la inversión de control y de cómo funcionan los interfaces. Y esto también, bueno, pues enlaza con la charla de ayer de Dave Moore, mogollón. Imaginaos que tenemos nuestra aplicación a la derecha y tenemos un componente de notificación a la izquierda. El componente de notificación expone una interfaz, Notification Port, y nuestra aplicación usa ese componente y lo hace a través de esta interfaz. Si nosotros le damos la vuelta...
Bueno, con lo cual nuestra aplicación depende, ¿vale? Nuestra aplicación depende del adaptador de notificaciones.
Entonces, si nosotros le damos la vuelta y implementamos nuestra propia interfaz de notificaciones y hacemos que nuestro componente de notificación extienda nuestra aplicación, de repente ya hemos roto esa dependencia.
Y bueno, ¿cuál es la clave? Si pones la anterior a la siguiente, en plan animación, lo único que aquí ha pasado realmente, ¿vale? Lo único que ha pasado es que la interfaz, ¿vale?, ha cambiado de paquete, ¿vale? Eso es lo único que ha pasado. Eso es la inversión de control. Yo cada vez que leo sobre este tema flipo con las definiciones que hay por ahí, ¿vale? Y cómo se confunde la gente con la inyección de dependencias, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? Eso es invertir el control, ¿vale? Ahora mi aplicación es la que tiene el control y los demás los que la extienden, ¿vale?
Entonces, bueno, al final la conclusión de esto es que cuando estamos integrándonos con dependencias externas, lo que podemos hacer es cambiar el sitio de la interfaz, como ha dicho Luis, y si hacemos eso, estamos haciendo inversión de control, y si hacemos eso, tenemos libertad para hacer nuevas implementaciones y, por lo tanto, soportamos nuevas opciones. Entonces, en el caso en el que me viene el de business y me dice, necesitamos una demo, yo puedo parar lo que estoy haciendo, imaginaos que estoy haciendo una cosa con Amazon SMS, puedo implementar algo rápido con el paquete Java XMail, que mande un mail guarrete, igual eso sí me da tiempo a hacerlo en una semana y puedo entregar y podemos llegar a la demo y tenemos esa opción que antes no teníamos, ¿no? Es precisamente lo que demostramos aquí. Tenemos IOC, nos vienen con el tema de la demo, implementamos una versión más pequeña, hemos comprado esa nueva opción, ¿vale?, que no teníamos antes, y luego ya después de la demo seguimos trabajando en nuestro adaptador basado en Amazon SMS. Y aquí la clave es que hay un coste extra, pero es un coste extra que hemos pagado porque queríamos llegar a una demo. Había una necesidad, hemos comprado esa opción nueva que no teníamos antes, nos hemos salido de nuestra programación, pero tiene un motivo, tiene una razón de negocio detrás de...
Esto es una de las claves que muchas veces no se entiende cuando yo a qué quiero estar abierto y a qué quiero estar cerrado, ¿no? Pues hombre, quiero estar abierto a todo y cerrado a nada, ¿no? Eso sería lo lógico. Lo lógico es mi software va a poder evolucionarse de todas las maneras posibles y mi diseño va a reflejar la posibilidad infinita de cambiarlo todo, ¿vale? Pero estás comprando, estás pagando un dinero, ¿vale? Tú puedes abrirte al número de opciones que puedas pagar, ¿no? Si no puedes pagar, no te puedes abrir, ¿no?
Tenemos que acelerar. Bueno, de la inversión de control llegamos a la arquitectura hexagonal. Nosotros somos muy fans de la arquitectura hexagonal, además el logotipo de la CAS de este año es un hexágono, con lo cual estamos emocionadísimos. La arquitectura hexagonal es una arquitectura que aplica el concepto de IOC a todo el diseño de tu aplicación. Nos hace pensar en términos de lo que necesitamos en nuestra aplicación y en códigos que cumplen esa necesidad. Nuestras necesidades las expresamos en forma de puertos, es la nomenclatura de la arquitectura hexagonal, y los adaptadores, ¿no? Pues hay adaptador de Amazon, adaptador de JavaX, implementan esos puertos. Y además son intercambiables. Puedo levantar mi hexágono con cualquiera de las dos implementaciones y bueno, eso me da libertad de hacer lo que yo quiera. Los puertos son interfaces declarados en nuestra aplicación, en nuestro sistema de paquetería. Los adaptadores utilizan sistemas de paquetería externos de las librerías que necesitamos emplear y extienden nuestro hexágono, esa interfaz en concreto. Los objetos internos lo que hacen es depender de la representación interna del puerto de notificaciones y así resulta que todo nuestro código, nuestra lógica de negocio, no depende de nada externo, solo depende de abstracciones internas. Vale, eso nos da una libertad tremenda. Bueno, estamos haciendo IOC en el fondo. Entonces, aquí los dilemas son, ¿qué elegimos? Lo que está dentro del hexágono y lo que está fuera. Sabemos que tenemos que soportar opciones, pero tampoco queremos hacer un análisis inicial brutal, un big upfront design, ¿no? Porque también existe otro principio, que es el YANI, que es, no lo vas a necesitar, entonces es difícil equilibrar esta balanza, ¿no? Son también el dilema al respecto de la arquitectura hexagonal. ¿Y cómo vamos a soportar el diferir las decisiones? Esos serían los dilemas de este punto.
Vale, sí, vete pasando la transparencia. Sí. Voy a ir un poco rápido en este porque se nos acaba el tiempo, ¿vale? Al final, cuando estás reflexionando sobre esto y pensando en un modelo mental y hablas de paquetes, de módulos, del hexágono, el no hexágono, es todo lo mismo, ¿vale? Es un conjunto de clases, ¿vale? Aquí está, ¿no? Hemos llegado por fin, sí. Vale, yo no sé qué ha pasado con el scroll del ratón de la página de Uncle Bob, ¿vale? Pero cuando la gente se refiere a los principios de programación, habla mucho de SOLID, porque tiene un gran acrónimo, pero no habla nunca de los otros 6 de un 11 total que tiene los principios de diseño y de programación, ¿vale? Se habla de 5 y te faltan otros 6, ¿vale? Que son los principios muy relacionados directamente con paquetería, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, pasa la transparencia, ¿vale? El problema puede haber sido este, seguramente, ¿vale? ¿Cómo le llamaremos? ¿Vale? No. Le ha faltado un acrónimo para que la gente se fijara más en ellos, ¿vale? Pero es probable que sean bastante más importantes, ¿vale? Mira, esto es exactamente lo mismo en gestión de dependencias que en Agile se intenta hacer con los equipos, ¿vale? Tú no tienes equipos por layers, ¿no? Lo que no quieres tener un equipo de UX o de diseño, un equipo de desarrollo y un equipo de tal. Esos serían equipos horizontales, ¿no? De alguna manera. Tú lo que quieres son equipos crossfuncionales, verticales, ¿no? Donde tienes a toda la gente dedicada a una serie de, ¿no? A entregar una funcionalidad o lo que sea, alrededor tal. Tienes al DevOps, al desarrollador, etcétera, etcétera. Uno de los motivos por el que haces esto, ¿cuál es? Porque entre esas personas hay muchas dependencias muy directas, hay mucha cohesión, ¿vale? Si los pones juntos a ellos es porque entre ellos tienen mucha comunicación muy directa, ¿vale? Ese es el mismo principio que tenemos que aplicar en código y que nunca se hace. Hay muchos proyectos cuya paquetería está a base de horizontales, de layers, los services, los controles, los DAOs, los no sé qué, los tal. Es exactamente igual que si tienes a un departamento de QA, el departamento de desarrolladores, el departamento de diseñadores y tal. Es un problema de comunicación, ¿vale? Y de dependencias entre sí. ¿Cómo es una manera mucho más sencilla de gestionarlas? Los pones a todos juntos, ¿vale? Tienen mucha interrelación entre sí y las dependencias exteriores, las cosas que tienen que ver, son mucho menores. Pues tienes un PO, ¿no? Un Product Owner que coge y entre sí tal. Si sois capaces, si negocio más o menos está en Agile y ha entendido esto, si tuvierais que explicarle esto, no sé si lo tenéis que explicar, pero bueno, ¿vale? Podríais usar el símil. Al final, gestionar dependencias de una manera aplicable absolutamente probablemente a todos los ámbitos de la vida, ¿no?
Luis, un minuto.
¿Qué está pasando?
Un minuto.
Ah, vale. ¿Pasa para adelante? Sí, vale. Entonces, bueno, este de aquí, por ejemplo, el principio de responsabilidad única de una clase, ¿no? Pues no me importa mucho porque probablemente la refactorice mañana, ¿vale? Lo que me importa igual es el principio de responsabilidad única de un módulo o de un microservicio, ¿vale? Esto sí que es el principio de self-similarity, ¿vale? Igual lo que me importa para una clase o para un método, ¿no? Me puedo implementar para un método que el método tenga responsabilidad única. ¿Es importante? Sí. Pero igual es más importante que la clase tenga una responsabilidad única, pero igual es más importante que un módulo tenga una responsabilidad única, etcétera, etcétera, ¿vale? Lo mismo pasa con, a la hora de hacer, por ejemplo, una técnica que nosotros usamos bastante, que son las CRF cards, ¿vale? Unas cartas donde escribes el nombre de la clase, su responsabilidad y sus colaboradores, ¿vale? Los colaboradores al final son las dependencias que tiene la clase. Pues nos importa mucho más diseñar a nivel de componente, ¿vale? Yo quiero saber este componente qué hace y qué relación tiene con otros componentes, ¿vale? Y lo mismo a la hora de testear, ¿vale? Esto también es a lo que mencionaba, ¿vale? Enganchándolo un poco. Si yo testeo una clase y esa clase la refactorizo, los tests se rompen. Entonces TDD es súper caro, ¿vale? Y dejemos de hacer TDD porque se tardaba mucho más, etcétera, etcétera. Probablemente, si lo que haces es testear a nivel de módulo, a un conjunto de clases, un clúster, ¿vale? Y refactorizas las relaciones internas entre esas clases, ¿vale? Que son muchas y tal, no se te va a romper ningún test porque esas dependencias están dentro de tu módulo, porque las has agrupado, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, conclusiones de la charla. Ya estamos terminando no sé a quién estamos terminando de joder la vida, pero ya estamos terminando, ¿vale? Entonces, lo primero, tener una mentalidad económica, y por económica no hablamos del Contaplus, ¿vale? Sino hablamos un poco de coste, valor, riesgo y opciones, ¿vale? Nos ayuda a tomar mejores decisiones, ¿vale? El coste de desarrollar software, ¿vale? Al final es el coste de evolucionarlo en un porcentaje muy amplio, ¿vale? Los principios están muy bien, me encantan, estoy a favor de todos los principios del mundo mundial, pero ¿cómo combinan entre sí? ¿Vale? Ahí el auténtico problema. Contexto es primordial, ¿vale? Es la esencia, Si oigo que ahora está muy de moda Chungen-Krungen y Chungen-Krungen es lo más, lo que tengo que preguntarme no es si Chungen-Krungen es lo más, seguro que lo es cuándo lo debo utilizar, ¿vale? Y después, los trade-offs, los dilemas, ¿vale? No es algo que en un momento dado sea el dilema, se resuelve y adiós. Algunos igual sí, pero la mayoría seguramente sea que tengas que tener una tensión constante, por ejemplo, entre aquí voy a favorecer el reutilizar código y sacar un lugar común, o si reutilizo aquí código creo una dependencia. Si reutilizo todo depende de todo, ¿vale? Es una tensión constante, ¿vale? El usar es crear dependencias. Entender que el principio de inversión de control, ¿vale? Lo que significa inversión de control es que entre dos paquetes invierto el control es porque cambio la interfaz que uno implementa al otro, ¿vale? Eso solo. Y dejar de pensar en clases individuales y pensar en clústeres de clases, ¿no? Con los principios RFAS, esos de ahí, los RFAS, que el mundo ha olvidado por no tener un buen nombre, ¿vale? Y ya está.
Sí, punto. Vale. Sorprendentemente nos da tiempo a 2 preguntas. ¿Quién se anima?
Pero
por
de coste
allí hay
bajo,
una pregunta.
y valor
nada.
alto.
Tenemos ahí una pregunta. Y hay otra.
Bueno, yo te voy a oír y yo sí que repito la pregunta para seguir. Sí, dime.
A ver, sí. Que una cosa de las premisas iniciales que me preocupa, porque puede modificar el resto del trabajo. Que es verdad que el coste es muy interesante para trabajar y pensar en él porque es seguramente lo más fácilmente medible, pero hay un montón que has dicho que el valor no. Y yo creo que es verdad que el coste seguramente sea lo más fácilmente medible y generalizable, en plan para cualquier negocio, porque al final son salarios y costes de recursos. Pero, sin embargo, creo que en cualquier negocio, si no el programador, porque seguramente no sea su ámbito, pero si no hay nadie que forme parte del negocio que sea capaz de medir el valor, ese negocio, si funciona, va a ser por azar. Sí, porque vas a dar palos y te va a caer el dinero, pero...
Ahí igual por el pasar rápido y la brocha gorda es verdad que no hemos matizado un montón de cosas, ¿no? Mi idea no es que, o la idea que tenemos Guille y yo no es exactamente que no sea medible, sino que es más difícil medirlo. El coste es lo más sencillo de medir el valor requiere más trabajo. No que no deba hacerse por supuesto. O sea, tienes que tener a un tío o lo vas a tener mucho más fácil si eres capaz de medir el retorno, etcétera, etcétera. Por supuesto, igual falta ajustar el mensaje para que se termine de entender, ¿no? Pero la realidad es que medir el valor, ¿no? Yo hago una release y tú, de tus 50.000 despliegues de la semana pasada, ¿no? Es decir, he trabajado 40 horas esta semana o alguna más, ¿no? ¿Y cuántos euros supone eso para la empresa de beneficio, no? El coste es sencillo, 1/4 de tu nómina del mes.
Gracias.
Por ahí a la izquierda tenemos un joven con una pregunta.
Hola.
Hola.
Gracias por lo de joven, ¿eh? Bueno, y una pregunta que yo me estoy encontrando a veces en los equipos, que cuando hay que aplicar una dependencia y queremos que esta dependencia sea sobre una abstracción y entonces se aplica inversión de control, no siempre se dedica tiempo a hacer un diseño adecuado de lo que sería la segregación de interfaces y detectar muy bien las necesidades concretas que han de pasar a esa abstracción, cuáles no. La gente tira de ReSharper, coge una clase concreta, exporta la interfaz y cómo funciona, tira. Yo no tengo ni idea de qué impacto puede tener esto luego en mantenimiento posterior y cómo esto puede complicarnos el trabajar pues, en el futuro con la aplicación. Y como me parece muy interesante la curva que habéis hecho de cómo afecta a las dependencias directas en inversión de control, incluso a nivel teórico o práctico, esta comparativa, pues ver si tenéis alguna métrica, alguna idea o al final cómo nos puede estar afectando esto que no tenemos controlado y no sabemos.
Sí. Yo te remitiría a la keynote de Leo y la dificultad de medir, ¿no?
Vale.
Sí, no, te diría un 23,2%, pero te estoy mintiendo, ¿vale? No, al final es verdad que eso sí que es la anecdotal evidence de la que suele hablar Martin Fowler, ¿no? Y si estás atento un poco tú mismo, hay algo que muchas veces cuando estás desarrollando te va a tocar los huevos, pero siempre tienes que hacerlo y porque otra vez o tal, o sea que al final, y otra cosa también que para mí es importante, que esto ya se iría a la charla a otra conversación, es que el que normalmente sabe valorarlo es es un experto, ¿vale? Un experto es una persona que ha tenido experiencia, ¿no? Y que la ha asimilado bien y que ahora sabe, ¿no? Que es algo que parece como muy lógico, ¿no? Pero la realidad es que un equipo, por ejemplo, que solo tenga novatos, lo tiene muy difícil para hacer jardinería, ¿vale? Porque tirará por donde pueda. Yo cuando he sido novato lo he tenido muy difícil. Cuando me he pasado 10 años haciendo esto y aprendiendo, y ahora creo que sé, ¿vale? Entonces, con lo que yo sé ahora, lo tengo yo más fácil para decidir, por ejemplo, es decir, esta es la que nos está dando por saco y nos está impidiendo hacer esto y lo otro y tal y cual.
Yo, simplemente como consejo general, a mí me funciona muy bien diferir la extracción al máximo. Esperar a que el código me esté pidiendo a gritos una extracción. A veces nuestra técnica
Quería
es...
hablar de una cosa, me esté pidiendo a gritos.
Generamos...
Es algo totalmente de su experiencia acumulada, ¿vale?
Exactamente. Generamos duplicación de código adrede para que luego nos grite más alto. Pero bueno, eso es una práctica que a mí me funciona en concreto, ¿no?
Claro, nosotros lo que hacemos, por cierto, es muchas veces desarrollar, empezamos duplicando código, ¿vale? Y luego lo limpiamos. Entonces ya vemos, digo, coño, el código duplicado, entonces lo limpiamos, ¿vale?
Pues yo creo que ya está. Vamos a comer. Gracias.
goals iteratively. So that it doesn't make any sense at all. So this is an example of a template of a personal development plan. This is not captured anywhere. It's just information that is used by the person. And we have the figure of what we call the development coach. Sometimes we also call it development manager. It depends on where you are in the organization. So this person is actually working, is a developer that's working in a different team and takes 20% of his time to help other developers to be better at what they do. And so this every 3 months, more or less, the dev coach will help you do a small retrospective of how you've been doing with your personal ambitions. And again, so this is focused on personal goals rather than delivery goals. Obviously, this might be affected by those, but not directly. And so there will be like a small retrospective so you can catch up. And also the dev coach will help, will meet and do frequent catch-ups to see how he can support that person and how the person is actually doing and whether some training needs are required and so forth. So like bi-weekly more or less is what they are doing right now to support in anything that is really necessary. So to put a bit of context on what a dev manager, dev coach is, so in the past, so we have established this matrix organization where it applies in certain different ways in different parts of the organization, but more or less it can be summarized like this. So we have vertical teams, multifunctional teams with a product owner. In the past, the product owner was the one in the most of occasions doing the coaching of the employees, but it didn't really work very well because they are really focused on the product rather than the people. So it was difficult for them to find time to actually help each individual, and also they were biased a little bit by the fact that they were working day to day with them. While having someone that's out of that team and also has similar issues, and it's your peer, will help a lot for the people to actually open up and talk about their issues, be open about them, and to just work on the things that need to change. The last thing that is probably the most important one is at the end of the period in the past, we used to have this process where, as I explained, where there was some feedback from the manager and gathered, but this was every 6 months, right? So you might be getting something that happened 5 months ago. And obviously, okay, why didn't you tell me before that? It doesn't really make any sense. So that's why we actually have the bi-weekly catch-ups, but we also need everyone to be, so we want to really nurture the feedback culture and make sure that feedback is happening all the times, not just at every 6 months, all the times. And it's not just the manager with the employee, it's absolutely everyone in the company needs to talk to each other. So things that we've done to make that happen is everybody in that particular pilot that we're running right now went to feedback sessions, feedback training sessions to know how to provide meaningful feedback. The other thing is the dev managers, dev coaches, plus the scrum masters, plus the product owners, they all encourage everyone to actually talk to each other when there are issues and that there is immediate feedback. So that's very important. So when things go wrong, go and talk to that person and make sure that things are changed immediately and not talk to that person 3 months afterwards, which then it's going to be meaningless. And the last thing that we also did, well, we wanted to make sure that there was peer-to-peer feedback. So there was no longer second-hand feedback. It's first-hand feedback is the feedback that is really important and relevant because it can be backed up with facts and you can actually express your feelings about it. So what we did, this is really a challenge to make people to do that because it's always like it's out of the comfort zone of the majority of the people. So what we are now, after some iterations, what we found out is that it would be a lot better to actually put something in place to help. So we defined 5 different team peer-to-peer sessions. So each team could decide which one to use. And and with that one, which one to use. And then they would essentially have somewhere like public feedback sessions or private feedback. So there's one, for instance, speed feedback, where people pair up and they talk to each other and give feedback for 10 minutes, and then they pair up with somebody else for 2 hours at the end with the entire team. So I'm running out of time. Just the last thing. So we, of course, our trip is not finished. Things that are pending to do to make this pilot successful is how we, in an environment where we want to have merit, how do we tie this to compensation if there's no one that is actually looking at the feedback, and it's first-hand feedback from peers. How do you actually then tie up to a compensation model? The second one is how to manage promotions from a career progression standpoint, how to make that happen. So this is something we're working on. And finally, how to sell this to the rest of the organization so that it can be applied everywhere else. So if I can summarize what I would like you to take away, if you want to apply this in your own companies as well, is please decouple compensation from personal development. Think on and focus on forward-looking personal development rather than individual delivery goals. Do frequent catch-ups and feedback. Feedback is key. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, it was really great. I have a question. How you mentioned that you're doing this as an A/B test. How will you measure the success of the pilot?
That's a very good point. So, as I said, we are running every 3 months a survey, and in that survey, we are sending the same questions to people that's out of the pilot. So with that, we are measuring the differences between people that is using the former traditional model and people that's using the new model. And then we can detect. The issue has been so far, I don't really have results, because so far there has been a lot of interferences from how we have run the surveys, so they were not really meaningful. But we are hoping that next runs, actually we're running one next week, will be a lot more successful.
So it's about employee satisfaction, the
Yes.
pilot. Checking if we improve the employee satisfaction. Okay.
Okay, this one, the last one over there.
Hi, no criticism or judgment, just a curiosity. Why are you here instead of someone from the HR department?
I work very closely with the HR department. So I'm the only manager in this organization. So it's a very thin line between HR and what I do. And I work really, really closely with them. So they are actually part of this, so they are defining this at the same time. And we're working with them to, obviously, if we want to roll it out to the entire company, we are including them.
Hello. We've tried decoupling personal development from the compensation, feedback sessions or whatever. But at the end, the truth is it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked because a lot of people believe that when you're trying to have sessions for personal improvement, you're somehow trying to hide excuses for a bad compensation session later on in the year. How have you tackled that?
So as I said, there's no formula and we're working on it. So in my opinion, and this is my opinion, the granularity that you use for personal development is very thin. So you're talking about things that are small things on your day-to-day and things, or maybe it's just one technology or stuff like this, stuff like that, which it's going to be very difficult to translate into money. So why make that relationship? I think it's pretty much useless. And if you want to make give some more money to people that is doing something great, it's fine, but it has to be very, very visual. Because at the end, you won't be able to measure whether somebody's doing 3.4 or 3.5 or 3.6 from those conversations anyway. It's going to be completely subjective. Where you apply subjectiveness, it doesn't really matter. It will always be subjective. And therefore, I don't think there's a formula. It's focus on the big things on the salary side, on the small things on your personal development. Thanks.
So, so hi everybody. So I still remember my first talk in this conference. I think it was in 2010, and I think that the conference has grown a lot. So I'm here again, and I'm very happy to be here again. We are going to talk about testing for user interfaces, but I must warn you that this talk is going to be technical, and I had a bad taste to show some code. Okay, so you are fairly warned. Okay, who am I? I'm Enrique Amodeo. I'm living in Berlin. I'm working for SoundCloud, and I've been doing software developing for a long time. And I'm test infected because I like to test a lot. And this talk is based on my new book about testing. It's a compressed summary of 3 or 4 chapters that are in the book. So if you are really interested, go ahead and read it. So, what's going on with all the stuff about testing, right? Because when I mean testing, I mean driving things using tests. So you need to test first and then write the code. What is going on with that? I'm hearing a lot that this approach, which is called TDD, is fairly dead, okay? But there are a lot of people trying to kill it, but it seems that not really dead yet. Why? Because it works, okay? What happens is that there are some problems in the way that people are using this approach. And most companies I've seen that are doing either one of these things. Or they are testing every unit of code, every class, individually. So this is a big problem because the tests we are doing are focused on technical things and not really on the value for the point of view of the company. Or they are testing everything together, and then you have brittle tests, a slow test, and a test that when it breaks, you never know what is the culprit or where do you need to start to fix it. So none of these approaches are really good. What we just really need to do is do TDD right. And just to add a new fancy name, we call it BDD. Doing TDD right is doing BDD. And what is that? So to do BDD, just you need to take the system, slice it, the system into problem domains, and then for each problem domain, you need to look for the right stakeholders and talk with them and comprehend their necessities and what the system should be doing from that point of view. And then you test exactly that and not other things. But this is very difficult because you need to be able to discover the stakeholders, to talk with them in a fairly frequent way and without any weird thing going on in between. Right? You need to collaborate. And this is a problem in most of the organizations, and that is why most of the organizations are doing either unit tests or end-to-end testing. At least in my opinion. So once you have defined these problem domains, you just need to write tests for that. Okay, one test, one behavior of each problem domain. 2 behaviors should be able to be tested independently, so we need to isolate these tests. And if there is something external to the core concern or your problem domain, you should mock it. And that's all. Okay? And obviously refactor often, but this is another story. And what has this to do with the UI? Because what happens is that I never see the people who take seriously this BDD approach when you test UI, right? And then you end up with a lot of weird things. I'm going to try to explain to you how I approach, how I use BDD to design my tests around the UI, because the UI is another piece of your software and you should test it. At least a bit, okay? So what is the first thing you need to do? You just need to decide, okay, I have this thing called the UI, the user interface. What are the responsibilities? What are the problems domains that are in the UI? Okay, obviously not the business rule. Obviously, it's not about calling the network stack to communicate, calling with the service, this is another thing. It's just rendering, right? Maybe in the past it was just rendering, but nowadays we have a more complex UI, so we have a bit more of things going on in there. So actually, in my experience, in most of the cases, you have two different problem domains that are totally separately, and that you should test separate in a UI. One of these is the presentation domain, which is basically the just rendering part. And the other is the UX domain, or how the user interacts with the UI. So our UI code should follow this architecture. If the previous slide is true, if we have these two problem domains, we should have these two boxes here. One is called passive view, and it's about the presentation domain, and the other is the UX logic. It's about UX interaction, and we should have this kind of architecture, these two boxes separated and collaborating through a kind of a contract. Okay? In most of the cases where I saw code about the UI, I don't see this separation. It's everything spaghetti. And this is a main problem. So I'm going to explain a bit. I'm going to use a bit of jargon here. So this is a user. For example, if we are in a web UI, you have the DOM. If we are in Android or in iOS, this will be UIKit or whatever. So the user interacts with the screen, and the screen will generate lower level events. Things like a click, key press, mouse over, tap, or whatever. Okay? These are intercepted by the view, and they are transformed to UX level events, which is different from the other ones, right? These UX events are things like add product to an order. This is one event, or request login. Okay. There are things that are meaningful from the point of view of the actions that the user pretends to do with the interface, not with what is going on physically with the UI infrastructure. Here we do a lot of processing. We intercept the events, the UX level events. We do processing about it. We maybe call the server through XML HTTP request or another network style, it doesn't matter, REST API or whatever. The data comes, then we think a bit more, and then we end up with a new view model. A view model is just a passive data structure which contains all the data that we need to render in the screen. And not only the data, it contains which controls are visible or not, and maybe if we need to change to another screen, or which controls are enabled or disabled. Okay, but it's really plain old data object there. Okay, and the passive view takes this data structure, this data object, and it simply interprets this and updates the screen. So this way of dividing this stuff has an effect, is that most of the important logic we have here, okay? And this is very thin, especially now, because if you use a good framework, for example, in the web, for example, you use React, this is mostly declarative, right? It's a very thin layer that it's stateless, and probably if you're using the right framework, it will be mostly declarative. So it's very trivial to build, okay? So the most complex logic that we have is here, because this is not stateless, it's stateful. We need to save, to remember where the user is in which screen or in a flow or things like that. Okay? So, we want to test this. So how we do it? So for example, we can use an OGS, or you can use a GVM with a JUnit, or you can use your favorite testing, unit testing stuff, or whatever. This is the old tools that we all know. Okay, because this is clearly plain old code. There is nothing about the screen there. There's nothing about the details of the UE infrastructure, because all these details are here, not here. Okay? So this is a traditional test, in the sense that the ones we have been doing all this time. We just need to stop the network layer, or even better, we just mock our server API client library that you usually have one. So we just mock it. We just mock it, inject it through dependency injection, because we are doing that. And when we want to test, we just prepare the mock, send these high-level events to this guy, and check this object, this plain old data object that is coming back. It's fairly straightforward. We can use, as I said, normal tools on your normal development platform. In JavaScript, for example, we can use Mocha, Chai, Sino, or whatever. In Java, you can use JUnit. In Scala, you can use specs too. Let us be a bit more explicit about what are the behaviors we are really testing here in the UX logic layer. Okay? So this is a cucumber that represents a very small example of the kinds of things that I test when I test this layer. So in this case, this is one of the behaviors that this layer is a formatting. So it says, okay, I want to display the order price. So if the order total price is $1,000 and the user is from USA, when the user displays the order, he will be shown as total price exactly this stuff. Right? Here, under the hood, what we have is an instance of the view model set up with exactly that data. Right? And here, when we say, okay, we say to the view to render, we should send to the view exactly this thing to render. So the view does not need to make any decision about formatting. Okay? So you can see here that there is no reference at all how the UI looks. It's only how the UI works from a logical point of view. But I'm not saying here nothing about text fields. I don't know if I'm presenting this with a text field or a nice graph with a SVG or whatever, right? This is not the responsibility of this layer. It's the responsibility of the view. Another example, right? Validation. If the user fills 100 in the quantity file, right, there will be an error. Okay, so the quantity field should be highlighted as erroneous, and then we should show an error message. I'm not saying anything about if I need to put this field in red or put a small asterisk over there. I'm not saying anything about that. Just it should be shown as erroneous. Okay, and show this message. And the same thing when we try, for example, to add 2 cappuccino to our order. Okay? We just call the server, and the server, if we are calling the server, we need to wait for the server, so we need to disable the UI and show some kind of a progress a feedback to the user. Okay? So, This is all very nice, very easy, and with that simple techniques that are the old techniques that we have been doing all the time, you can really test most of the UI. Okay, so you really don't have a problem with that. And I wish that more people were seeing like that, because then everything goes much easier. So what do we do with the passive view? The problem with the passive view is it needs to talk with the screen, with the UI infrastructure, and probably, as I told you, we are using some fancy framework there, right? Because I want to use the framework because it's easier, okay? So we can say, okay, it's very declarative, it's very thin, we don't test it. What for? We should only test something if we are going to get a return of investment there, right? So if it's declarative, easy, it's not much code, and almost never fails, why should we test it, okay? On the other way, we should be using only the framework, or our version of the framework does not support the latest bugs in all our browsers, or we are not really confident with what we are doing there, or we have a lot of reports that we didn't test it, but we are getting bugs. So probably we should start testing it, right? So at the end, I say, start here, do not test the view, but if you really discover that you need it, you need to test it, okay? But as a default, you start not testing, but then you can see, okay, maybe I was too optimistic for that, okay? But with this approach I'm proposing, the passive view is very thin, so it doesn't have many pathways. So the amount of tests that we need to do for that are very small. If we try to test everything together, we are mixing the pathways on the UX logic with the pathways of the view, right? So we need to make a test when the field is wrong, a test when the field is not wrong, a test when the server make a timeout, and whatever, right? And those tests are slow because we need to talk with the UI infrastructure, we need to use complex tooling, it's brittle, right? So it's much better to do as less tests and this layer as possible. And this is one of the motivations why I slice this, the UI like this. The other motivation, as I told you, is stakeholders. Probably when I'm talking about the view, I would like to talk more with users or graphic designers, and these are my stakeholders with the view. With the UX logic, I can talk more about how it should work a bit more with the business people, with the UX designers that are not the same thing, not the graphic designers, okay? So this is the other motivation. So imagine that you are in this situation. We say that I didn't wanna, but I'm forced to do that. I know there will be a few tests only, but I need to do it anyway, right? What can we do? So there are a lot of tools, a lot of frameworks, but if you are using a web UI, for example, a rich web application, the most common and mature tool out there right now is WebDriver. But WebDriver really is not a tool. The tool is Selenium, but WebDriver is not a tool. The WebDriver is just a language-neutral protocol. Okay, it's language-neutral protocol that we can use to remote control the browser. Okay, and one of the implementation of this protocol is Selenium. Okay, so the important thing of this is that you can use a client library for this protocol in your test. In Java, we have such a library, and in JavaScript, we have two of these libraries. Okay, you choose the one that you like more. So even if you are not using WebDriver and you are using another thing, the concepts are the same. So all of the things I'm going to show is easily extrapolable even if you are not using a web UI, because at the end, everything works the same way. So, before starting with this technological terror, let's focus on what we need to test. Okay, we are testing the view, and one of the responsibilities of the view is rendering. And this is the test, render order. When the following order is rendered, the action of the test is render the order, and I define the order, defining what information is coming in the view model. Under the hood, the implementation of this step will be to create a data object with exactly this information. So I have the information to render and which forms are enabled. When I do this action to render this form, then I need to check in the screen if the total price field contains exactly the text that I said that it should have. Exactly. And if these forms are enabled or disabled. And this is how we do it. In this case with WebDriver, Node, and a web UI, but you are using, for example, iOS or Android, you just change the names of these boxes with other tool in that platform, and it works the same. Okay. So what we are gonna do is just to instantiate a passive view, right? And tell them to render a given view model. This will update the DOM, and then we will read the DOM using WebDriver to check that the action was okay. Don't worry, you don't really understand the detail of the code. It's not important here. What is important here to say that this setup is done once, only once for all the tests, because it's slow. And what we are doing here is just open a new browser and go to the page we want to test. And then, once we are there, send a script that will instantiate a new instance of my view. In this case, this is called for a React view. Okay? Because we are only navigating to the page and instantiating the view only once before all the tests. After each test, we need to clean up all the fields. Okay? In order for each test not to interfere, the result of each test need to be cleaned up, not to interfere with the next test. Okay? And this is much faster. Loading once, cleaning after each test. And of course, then we need to execute the action of the test itself. This again, we just send a new script to the browser and say, hey, I have this view model, which is an object. It's a plain object with all the stuff we saw here. Okay, you see, it's exactly an object with exactly this structure. Right? And we send it to the browser and we say, hey, view, render this view model. And that's all. And then, of course, we need to assert that the test is okay. So for that, we just tell the WebDriver, yes, I know that in my view, I can use this CSS selector to locate the text field of the price. And then we check what is sitting there, and it should be the price, right? And this is important, and this is good, because we are testing the view, and this is responsibility of the view to handle how is structure of the DOM, right? So this is okay to have this stuff here, right? We are no longer abstracting about how we are rendering things, because this is responsibility we are testing. Okay, what I can tell you is that if you put here a CSS selector, do a very generic selector that take less assumption as possible of the specific structure of your HTML. Okay. And what is the other responsibility? capture low-level events and generate, let's say, user gesture, user-level events. For example, if we want to add a product to our order, how can we do that? It depends on how we design the user interface, right? So in this case, it's an example. I can do it two different ways. I can do it adding the data to a field and then pressing enter, or I can add the data to a field and then pressing a button. We have two different low-level buttons, low-level events. For example, the press enter or click submit button that end up in the same higher level event. That is add a new product to the order, right? And there is a trick here, right? I'm inserting a bad quantity here. Error is not a meaningful quantity. Obviously, it should be 1, 2, 3 cappuccinos, but not error cappuccinos. But the view is not responsible for validating. So it doesn't make any judgment of that. It just passes error cappuccino. She doesn't know if this is good or not. This is the responsibility of UX logic. Okay? And again, if we send an event here, it will be captured to the passive view, and then it will transform to the user gesture that goes to the UX logic. But we are testing, so we put here a spy, and we just assess what happened to the spy. It's pretty simple, right? So this is the code that just, as we saw before, we just are instantiating the view. We pass the UX logic that is just a spy, and then you will render. We fill the data. Okay. Interesting. And we send the enter key in one test, and in the other test we send the click event. And the answer is the same for both. The UX logic got called with exactly the expected event with the expected payload we had in the test. Okay? So, as I told before, you do that if you really need to test the view. Why? Because all these tools, WebDriver or whatever, have a lot of bugs, usually. At least this is my experience. It can be a bit tricky because we are emulating a human user, so we can have a lot of problems with the timeouts and things. It's not a very clean thing to do, but it's the best we can do right now with the technology we have. Okay, so again, the assumption is that you are doing this, but not only for the really, really, really important things in the view layer, not for all the kinds of things that you need to do in a UI, because these all kinds of things are already in the UX logic. Okay, and you already have tested separately. It's slow. This is another bad thing. Slow tests hinder your feedback cycle. And maybe you can go very fancy and have a grid and to speed up tests. Because you can notice that each test, the setup is very clean with mock objects, so you can run them all in parallel. And you won't have interference with them. Is this the best that we can do? Actually, no. We can do it a bit better. Actually, the code I showed you before is very, very bad. Because when I took my test and I read the test, what I'm concerned about is the behaviors. And the code I showed you before is more about WebDriver. Okay, there are a lot of noise there. I start reading the source code of my test, and I say, hey, what is the logic here, right? It's a lot of stuff about WebDriver, accessing a screen, whatever. This is not good. The other bad thing is that if I change WebDriver for another tool, or if I upgrade WebDriver and now we have another API that is incompatible with the old one, I need to change all my tests, right? So when we do these kind of things, we always need to apply a very important design pattern here, which is the page object. And this is what I'm going to talk about now. The point of the page object is to create an object that represents every module, reusable module, that you have in your UI. Okay? It's a bit misleading because we say page object. So we tried, in the beginning, the people were trying to create an object that capture the whole screen. But it's not about that. We are building screens nowadays around a smaller reusable module. So this is the things we are targeting, really, right? Because a screen at the end is just a composite of these modules. So I never test screens as a whole unless I really want to do that. As a default, I test only modules, UI modules, which is much simpler. So for each one of these UI modules, I create an object. We have methods to access the data that they are presenting, and methods that allows me to manipulate this module, like submitting a form or whatever. The point is that this object will will encapsulate all the nasty details that you need to do to make WebDriver work. And then you write the test according to the API of this page object, right? And then you have a clean test when you see exactly what is happening. That reads much similar to the cucumber I showed you before, right? Let's see some examples. For example, a method to access data in my module. In this case, my module is the order, okay? So we just create an object which has a function, it's called total price, and here I hide the WebDriver detail, the find element with that selector, and then get text. This has an additional goodness, not only because of the things I told you before, but what happens if my designer change the way I'm showing the price. In the test I showed you before, you need to change the test because you need to change this selector, and maybe it's not a text field, it's another thing, and I need to change this stuff. So I need to go to all the tests that are accessing the total price and change it. This is a brutal test, because if my designer change only the way we are rendering, I should not be doing much changes. And this solves this problem, because if that is the case, I just go to this thing, change the code there, and done. Sometimes we need to access several stuff, several fields, to create a representation, okay? In this case, it's just a line, order line, so I want the name and the quantity, and I want to return them in a single object, okay? We can also encapsulate the way we do forms, and this is good because in modern user interfaces we have a smooth, we have a homogeneous way of making the user interact with forms. So we have the UX patterns, right? So we can encapsulate that thing in a small objects like this. For example, I know that in my application, in the forms, you type the text in some field names, then you press a key, or you click submit. And this is an homogeneous UX pattern for all my applications. For example, your application will be different, but in my application, I can either press enter or click submit. So I isolate this logic here, and we can reuse it here. In this case, the order have total price, product line, and a form, right? So this way, I can build a small library of page objects that isolates me from WebDriver details, the most specific details about exactly how is the DOM structure, and I can reuse common UX patterns, and then I can make tests very easily of my view. This is my last slide, so just some advice. Do not put assets in a page object. The responsibility of a page object is just encapsulating WebDriver and very fine-grained detail about the structure of the DOM, but not testing. The asset belongs to the test, so do not put assets there. Okay? And for God's sake, no navigation there. Why? Because the view is not responsible for the navigation. This is the UX logic, right? Don't put anything about navigation in your page object because the test of the view shouldn't have anything about navigation. Okay? That's all.
Hi. We have some huge table in a page that's fairly loaded with many actions that are all interrelated. How would you approach this case if you need to test it?
So this looks like the complexity there is. And I'm not going to say you should not have a table with that because I don't know your business. The complexity there is in the UX logic, not in the view. Right? So the first thing you need to do always is to try to refactor incrementally, obviously, your big table in a thin passive view and in a fat UX logic. And once you have it like that, then you can test this as a unit, like a normal JavaScript object if you are using JavaScript there. Okay? To do this refactor, maybe you can say that you have a necessary evil that you can put an end-to-end, some end-to-end tests. Probably you will have some of them, and you are not very happy about them, but you still have them. So when you end up finish this refactor, you just run your end-to-end test to see if everything is as good as before, and then you cover this guy very good, and then you can remove your old test.
First of all, thank you very much for your talk. Very nice one. I have a question regarding testing canvas objects. Yeah. What do you consider best way to approach the testing views that are based on a canvas?
So you are using canvas, right? This is very tricky, to be honest, right? So probably this is one of the cases that probably you can try to do some magic to test this, but it won't pay off because it will be so complex that you won't get much return. So probably I won't try, right? If you try, in this case, what are you doing with Canvas? Like diagrams or a game? I won't do it. I won't do it. I will just make this very small and test this guy. Make this very small, test this guy. This is feasible with the current level of technology. Tomorrow maybe somebody creates a tool that is much better. This is feasible only for normal business apps. Right? If you have a game, I wouldn't try. If you have maybe a chart, I would try. Right? But the game is so complex from the from the cosmetic point of view that it makes any sense, for me at least. Yes, it's much better to try to test this stuff, and you will have a lot of things there about what happens when you press keys, and probably you will have this very complex in the render model. You will say things like this can be very interesting. You can say there the list of sprites and in which position are, right? And then you can test here that you have a sprite of explosion, things like that, right? But I won't test if I'm rendering the explosion correctly, because I will pass the name of the sprite, and I'm assuming that you will just take an image and paste it in the correct position. I won't expect you to fail about that, and if you do it, you will fix it immediately.
We have 2 more minutes, or we can go to the coffee. Okay. An applause, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks to all.
Puedo pensar en alguien, algo. Ah.
¿Hay gente afuera ya? ¿Dónde estáis cerrando puertas? ¿Sí? ¿Empezamos y demás? Pues empezamos, ¿vale? Hola, muy buenas tardes a todos. Hoy vamos a poner ya el broche final a las conferencias. Espero que hayáis disfrutado de estos 2 días intensos y vamos a dar paso a Corina, a la última sesión Keynote que tenemos, y quería introducirla un poco. I'm going to do in English because she understands better English. A few months ago, I was speaking with Vanessa Tejada that we were looking a aspiring person, a creative person, and suddenly his name appeared in their minds because we watched a beautiful, inspiring, and easy website that is retromat.com. And we thought that we want his or her history in this event. So Corina is a woman that learns very fast, and he works in every role of Scrum. He was product owner, he was developer, he was Scrum Master, but she confessed always that he preferred to be a developer. So I'm not going to delay more his intervention in the room. So I leave you in their hands. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alberto. It's she, for the record. I'm sorry in advance. I have a really bad cold, so sorry for the voice. It's usually a bit more pleasant, but I really feel like I watched Firefly in Spanish just so that today, here with you, I can stand and quote, "No hay poder en el verso que me detenga," and not something to see there. Okay. When Alberto approached me about the keynote, he didn't suggest a topic. It was open for discussion. So I asked him, do you have like a motto or a slogan, something that can spark associations? And he told me, well, we do have that hashtag, want to change. And if you think about it as much as I did, it's a great motto, because you can have all kinds of associations, and I had lots of ideas. But in the end, there was really just one topic that I could talk about. It's maybe a bit back to basics, but given the great, great love that I have for retrospectives, when you tell me one thing that can introduce change, well, it's going to be retrospectives, so let me elaborate. I think that retrospectives have great, let's call it generating power, so that if you set aside time to reflect on how you're doing things as a group and come up with ideas for how to do it better, then eventually you will end up in a pretty great place. And it doesn't matter so much where you started or how big. Sometimes your steps will be really small, sometimes they will be big, but the end result will be pretty cool. And there's one person who already said it perfectly, so I'm going to quote him. Wudizul, I have no idea how that name is pronounced. You might know him from, he's very verbal about mob programming. And he said, if you adopt only one agile practice, there is so many to choose from, then let it be retrospectives, and everything else will follow from that. So, these generating powers. And I still remember the first time I heard about retrospectives. That was in April 2010, and I was part of the very first cross-functional Scrum team at my company, and we were all trained in how you do Scrum. So there's a product owner, and there's a backlog, and there's a planning meeting, and daily stand-ups. You learn all these things, and when they came to retrospectives, I had this massive light bulb moment that this time to reflect and find better ways as a group, as a team, not just a group, common goal and all, that I'm going to take this everywhere I go with me. And it doesn't matter if I stay in IT, and it doesn't matter if I do Scrum. I will take this with me because this is a great idea. And this love stayed with me, although our beginnings, the way we actually did retrospectives, were pretty humble. We got also trained how to do retrospectives, and they showed us exactly one way to do it. I'm going to share it with you. We would write down, everybody would write down the topics they wanted to talk about on a sticky note. We would give it a plus or a minus, depending on whether it was something positive or negative. We'd cluster them in huge, huge clusters. So for 20 or 25 stickies, you would only have like 4 or 5 clusters. So clustering stickies that really talk about the same thing, that's a good idea. Clustering stickies that vaguely all are about how the team works together, or vaguely all about how the team works together with somebody else, not such a great idea. We dot vote with them, which you can see here. Usually all the clusters would get about the same amount of votes, because the important and the unimportant stickies were lumped up in them. And then we would talk about each one of the top voted clusters, the important and the unimportant ones. And don't get me wrong, so we did that for half a year. In the end, it became pretty boring, and we also tended to have always the same topics and the same solutions. If you're doing nothing, this is better than nothing. Especially at the beginning, we did get value out of it. We did have ideas for improvement, and it at least synced us up as a team, or then without a retrospective. Still not really recommended. If you want something really low-key, my advice for you is Google Lean Coffee. You will get better results than that very coarse idea. And to be fair, I don't think the trainers expected us to just stick with the first thing they showed us for half a year. But our Scrum Master at the time did. We all had double roles, so all Scrum Masters were also developers. It was a really hard task. I cannot recommend the double role. It doesn't work good. Can you understand me at all? Okay, great, thank you. And then after half a year, I became a Scrum Master. So, master, more like Scrum Bachelor, or maybe not even that, because we didn't really know that much in the beginning. And that was about the time when I read a ton of books. Really, like I've never read that much nonfiction in my life, because I wanted to do a good job. So I read and read and read. And in hindsight, the book that certainly influenced my life the most was this one, Agile Retrospectives by Diana Larson and Esther Derby. If you're starting with retrospectives, this is still, so I think, 10 years after writing, this is still the book about retrospectives. So when you start with that one. It's really good. And I learned, hey, wait a minute, actually, you can, or you should have phases in your retrospectives. You should set the stage, get everybody from their, flip the switch from their normal work life to, hey, we're now in retrospective mode. And then you gather data so that everybody remembers what you actually did and how you did it. And that you have a shared pool of information, not just the way I view the world, but the way Marcus sees the world and the way Carson sees the world. So those are teammates of mine. And then you really want to generate some insight, which is to say, not take the first solution that comes to your mind, but maybe look at all the data that you've gathered differently, come up with something novel, something original, which might be better. Then you pick something that you actually want to do, and then it's time to close the retrospective. Usually that's the time when you try to improve on the retrospective itself, but not always. So, I learned all these phases and the activities that are in the book, which are the things that you can do in the phases. And I quickly learned when I started to facilitate my own retrospectives that when you ask a new question from a different angle, that then you also get new answers, and you find new classes of problems that people didn't see as a problem before. So it was always there, but you somehow thought it was like inherent in the system. So, and sometimes all that's needed is like a change of perspective, something easy like asking, okay, we see the sprint like this, the last one. If you were our boss, what would you think about it then, the way we behaved? Or if you were customer support, what would you then think about the way we handled that outage? Or another thing that you can easily do is metaphors. They are really powerful. For example, if the last sprint had been a car, what kind of car had it been? And it's a real difference whether it's a sturdy Toyota or a flashy but not very reliable Alfa Romeo, or a Sierra Leone. That's a big difference. And sometimes this trick of the metaphor allows people to phrase things that they didn't even know they were thinking. It's that rich. And all these new questions, so I began to look for them, to find new ways, because, well, the book only has so many activities, and you want to do even more, or at least I wanted to. This, again, involved a lot of reading, this time blogs, because there are a lot of very capable, very nice people who share their ideas for retrospectives with the world, but they are all over the place. So what would usually happen is that about once per month I would go like, oh, this is a great activity. I want to do it. I'm easily excitable. Maybe you've picked up on that. I want to do that. And I'd make a bookmark and a mental note, and I'd never get back to it. I wouldn't find it again, or it would just sit there in that folder with the other 50 bookmarks of things that I thought I'd like to try. So, what I kept thinking was that I'd like a central place to get me started. And the first idea that I had was that I would build a slot machine, so a digital slot machine, complete with a lever that you could pull, and then you would have like 5 slots, and then ding, 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 with an animation. You could one activity for each phase. I'm not that good of a designer, though. So what it actually looks like is this, but I did build it. And I started it with 16 activities, so roughly 3 in every one of the 5 phases. And when I launched it, it wasn't a huge success because it wasn't that valuable yet. There were only 16 ideas in there. But I've added over the years, and in recent years I get so many suggestions that I can't keep up with adding them, actually. So nice. The Agile community is great. Thank you, everybody who ever submitted an activity. And RetroMart became really successful when it had about 50 activities, and now it has 115, I think. And I'm very proud to say that here it has been translated to 4 languages, one of them Spanish. Actually, Spanish is the one with the most translated activities, nearly 100. And so I don't know about these people, but I know Pedro is here. Can you stand up? Okay. Because, thank you. Thanks for doing this, because I thought I'll never have 400 people again clapping for him, so yay. And this is where I jump out of history mode and get into interactive mode. The first row is like interactive. I'm sitting in the first row. Was that a mistake? Dios mío. I hope she's not going to put me on the spot. Don't worry. It's not going to be interactive with me. It's going to be interactive between you. This is also where I'd like the light. Thank you. So there should be light soon. Because I was thinking, this is the closing keynote for a very nice, very dense, very, I hope, great experience for you. And I like to take the time so that each of you can reflect a little. Because if you're anything like me, you will have like tons of notes, about 20 pages of notes, and lots of, I should try this moments. But when you get home, there's everyday life, and there's work to do, and there's tickets to work on, and stuff that you didn't get around to do while you were here. So I'd like to take the time now so that you can reflect a little. And I'd like to start with sit back, relax, maybe close your eyes if you like to. What was your best CAS moment, your best experience here these 2 days? What has been awesome? Can be a big insight that you had. Can be that you met someone new. Can be that it was just plain funny. Think about it. You have it? Because now it's sharing time. I mean, we're not a usual team, so you might not know the people next to you. But like right now, I'd like for you to find a neighbor or somebody behind you and tell them what was your best CAS moment, and they will tell you yours. Team up. We've got 3 minutes. You too. Yeah. Have the mic? Switch. If you haven't switched, it's now for your partner to speak, please. So this means switch. Thank you. This one.
for our companies in Barcelona. I'm in Madrid, but we work together, and sometimes I went to Barcelona, and then sometimes he went to Madrid, and he's very kind.
Yeah. 10 seconds. Ten seconds. Thank you. So I hope that was fun. And now we'll come to the slightly more work-specific moment. What have you learned here that you want to try at work? Like really try, like I'm totally gonna do this. I hope that you brought one of the notebooks that you've got. So I knew I was gonna do it, so I brought mine. Because this is for you. So for each and every one of you, let's say like 2 minutes to take notes. What have I learned that I want to try at work when I get there on Monday? Miriam? Can you put the mic? Ah. Okay. And we're back. Okay. Thank you. Gonna continue with that one. If you're anything like me, you will not have one thing there. You will have like, well, throughout the notebook, you will have like 20, or now maybe you've got 3 or so. If you've only got one, that's great for you. You get a Fleißbienchen. So you get a star for overachieving because you're already done with this task. Because if you've got several, I'd like for you to pick one. Which one is your top priority? That can be either because you think that's the most important problem to work on, or because it's the thing that you're most excited about, or that you need a win, and it's like a low-hanging fruit that will give you a success that you can gain momentum. Can be any of these things, but pick one that you're gonna do. There's a German saying, which is roughly the small bird that you have in your hand is better than the fat one that you have on your roof. So it's better to pick one and actually do it than think that you're gonna do 10, but actually not doing any of them. I once had this guy who, so I think he was bragging. He was like, in my retrospectives, we always have like 10 or 15 action items. And I was like, you sound like you think that that is a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing, because of these 10 or 15 things, you won't do any of them. Not if they are all equally important, not if you have any priority. I mean, I think the team is probably supposed to also do other work than what comes out of the retrospective. When are they going to do 10 or 15 things? They won't. They won't have the time. So focus is the key here, I think. So pick one. If you've already got one, you're on a break. You can have idle time. You look like you're already all done. Shall I continue? Okay, wow, so you're really good. Give yourself a pat on the back. I've been to Gabriel's session yesterday, and he's not very fond of the SMART goal technique. You probably know it. And if I interpret him correctly, it was mostly about the big company goals, where I agree it's better to have like a sense of direction that you want to go. Maybe I should phrase it differently. What I'm aiming here at is that you have something that you know your first step. On Monday, when I go into the office, this is what I will do. Or in the first week, next week, this is what I'm going to do. What I see often is that people have a very vague goal. So sometimes they're also completely unrealistic. That's a different story. But sometimes they are just bold, but pretty big. Something like, we want to hire more developers, so we need more developers to apply. Or we want to automate all our tests. Those are big, ambitious goals. And then sometimes people don't know what the first step is. And so they never get started. The sticky is just there on the wall, and it loses its color. And then when you air one day, a gush of wind takes it away, and it's gone forever. So I'd like for you to be completely crystal clear. On Monday or next week, what am I going to do to start with that thing that I picked? My number one priority, what I want to do. Say like 2 minutes. Okay, sorry. So, you are all complete overachievers. Clearly, you're very advanced. The next stage was to do with your neighbors, but you're all already doing it with your neighbors, so I'm going to give you 4 minutes. Okay. So if you haven't talked to your neighbor yet, do it, because that would have been the next step, and it's now the current step. for a minute? Hello. Test. Switch if you haven't switched. Okay, 10 seconds. So, who here is happy with their plan of action? Okay, 2 people at least. That's, and the others completely unhappy. Okay, 3 people. So, 4. Okay, so it's adding up. Why am I such a pain in the ass about having a place to start and then actually doing something? For me, this ties in with the question, what makes a retrospective successful? So Leo, yesterday, he said that Scrum is not a means. It's a means, it's not an end, sorry. Agile es medida, no el fin. And retrospectives are the same way. So this just now, that mini version of a retrospective, was that successful? So there was energy, and you all talked, so generally, good signs. But the important thing is that change happens afterwards. So, don't get me wrong, sometimes, and that's also change, it's just not a specific action item. But sometimes what's really needed is that people hear each other and understand each other's perspective. And that's all that you need, and you don't need a specific action. And sometimes, after talking for an hour, you find out that actually that bad thing that happened during the sprint, it's one-off. It's completely unlikely that it will ever happen again. You don't need to take a specific action because it was just so random. But generally speaking, what you want is a specific action to come out of it. That you try something new. You don't know yet whether it's an improvement. Because, hey, you only know if it's going to be better after you've tried. But try something. That's the important part here. There are several ways to make sure that you're going to do what you said you were going to do. So, for something like we want to automate tests, that's perfect to do as a user story. So we're going to automate a specific system. We are going to automate the tests or the deployment for the flux compensator, or a part of the flux compensator. Others have an impediment board or change board where they track all their change initiatives. You don't want to have too many, because there's only so much people can take and keep track of at the same time. But some, definitely. Sometimes all that you need is a reminder, like a calendar entry, or sometimes you want something that a colleague of mine once dubbed the ass-kick fairy, Astrid Fee. So it's la qui patear culos. So it's when you hold each other accountable, or you pick one person to hold the team accountable. That doesn't mean that they have to be the person that actually automates those tests, but they are the ones who who really pushes people to do it. And there's something that I like to do, which I call phase 0. I do that in front, also before all of the 5 phases of the usual retro. I like to bring the actions from last time and look at how they have fared. And did the team actually do them? Did I do them if there was an item for me? There is a fellow German woman, Judith Andresen, who wrote this book, which I think is only available in German, pretty sure. And she also has a phase 0, and she does more. She does the results checking thing, but she also always reintroduces the Vegas rule. So what happens in the retrospective stays in the retrospective. So stress the confidentiality. Likewise with the prime directive, we always assume that people have good intentions and that they acted to the best of their ability and knowledge at that time. And I think especially for a new team, that is a great idea to repeat and repeat and repeat, because often in companies you have a blame culture, and to get out of that, and also that you don't gossip about the retro, that is also important to hammer down, because people will stop to talk if they know that people gossip, rant about what they said. Which already brings me to the conclusion of this talk. Too long didn't read, if you will. Start with retrospectives. I assume from the energy that was here, I assume that all of you are already doing them. But if you're not, this is the time to start, really. Learn to do them well. And that is not just for the facilitator. It's also, if you're the participant, you also have, from my point of view, an obligation to take part and to make it better. If you've never facilitated, it really sucks if you try to get a group of people to participate, and so there might be other dysfunctions going on there, but make it easy on them. Take part. Actually follow through with what you did, because I've got a confession. It's a big, big secret. From the retrospectives that I facilitate, I think 50% get done. So there is room for improvement. I'm not going for 100% because sometimes the context changes, or it really doesn't make sense anymore to do that action. But I think I would be pretty happy with 80%. But I only have 50. So I hope, is anybody doing much better than 50%? No hands at all? Okay. But if nothing ever gets done, then people will stop to care about the retrospective, because really, what's the point of doing it? And the rest will come to you in time. And, next year, when we all meet again, then we can look each other deep in the eye and ask ourselves whether what is now, here on your notebook, or in your mind, but hopefully on a notebook, if you've actually followed up on that one and did what you said that you would do. And I'm gonna be your Ask It Fairy, or, don't pick me, pick somebody who's nearer to you who can actually do it. And because right now, you are the one who can introduce change into your company. What Rachel said this morning, you don't want to be the bottleneck. You want to take turns. You don't want everything to depend on you. That is stellar advice. Take it. That's brilliant. You can't have people depend on you. I think as a Scrum Master, your job is to get yourself out of the job, so that people can facilitate their own stuff, for example. Maybe even coach themselves a little, maybe, if you're lucky, if you're really good. But these others maybe are not here. So yes, go home and create the culture where other people also take turns, but right now, it's on you. Because you were here, you saw all the sessions, you got inspired, I hope. So you are the one who can introduce change, want to change. Thank you.
Buenas. Bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you, Corina. No vamos a... Los que estáis saliendo, que sepáis que el ropero está cerrado, ¿vale? No hemos puesto más comida, no hemos puesto más café, así que, bueno, yo os recomiendo que os quedéis un poquito y os lo agradecemos. Bueno, lo primero de todo, muchas gracias a los asistentes. Evidentemente, sin vosotros no hay evento. Esperamos que, bueno, no todo habrá sido de vuestro gusto, no seáis muy críticos en Twitter, ¿vale? Que sepáis que lo leemos todo, os escuchamos, seguiremos manteniendo el Slack abierto para, bueno, ver todo lo que nos queráis comentar, todo el feedback, ¿vale? También agradecer a los voluntarios, por favor. El hueco que falta es de aquellos que ya se han tenido que ir, ¿vale? También alguno que está por el público que no quiere salir. Y bueno, unos temas importantes. La CAS, este año la hemos hecho en Madrid, hemos sido récord de asistencia, es la CAS que más asistente hemos tenido, ¿vale? También, muy importante, hemos tenido récord de patrocinadores. Lo cual, bueno, pues también nos sentimos muy orgullosos. Y lo que a mí me parece más importante, ayer y hoy hemos sido trending topic en Twitter, tanto en Madrid como en España, estuvimos en el puesto número 7, o sea que bueno, también parece ser que ha ido bastante bien, ¿no? Llevo aquí un par de notas porque si no se me olvidan las cosas, ¿vale? También, como no, aunque me parece que me los he olvidado, pero muchas gracias a mis compañeros de la organización. Gracias a... Falta a Tino, que se ha tenido que ir un poco antes, pero bueno, también muchas gracias a él. Luego, recordaros un par de cosillas. Patrocinadores, tenéis arriba los roll-ups, los que os los tengáis que llevar, que no se os olvide, ¿vale? El círculo se deshace de todo, o sea, la CAS 2015, la cartelería y todo va a desaparecer. Vamos, pronto tendréis, como recibiréis una newsletter en la que os diremos el medio para votar. ¿Vale? Votar las charlas, votar los tracks, nos falló lo que teníamos pensado y bueno, pues pronto lo recibiréis, esperemos que deis feedback también, porque así nosotros se lo damos a la gente de Autentia, que son los que se van a encargar de montar los vídeos, así que si no habéis podido asistir a alguna charla, no os preocupéis, las vais a tener en vídeo y podréis disfrutar de todas ellas todas las veces que queráis. Y venga, ya no nos entretenemos más, ¿vale? Vamos a cerrar con una pequeña dinámica. A ver si me sale bien, ¿eh? Yo no siempre hago las cosas bien. Es una dinámica muy simple. Yo voy a contar 1, 2, 3 y diré go. En el momento de decir go, todos dais una palma. Y ya nos vamos. Fácil, ¿no? 1, 2, 3, go y dais una palma, ¿vale? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Muchas gracias.